Good evening. Good evening. I am Chris, the SpaceTime Sorcerer. OBS, OBS. It always seems to be lagged just a tiny bit. Let's verify that all is as it should be. Alright. It always loves cutting out the audio when I verify things. But yes, I am Chris, the SpaceTime Sorcerer. And this is Tyranny. Seems a little on the loud side, so perhaps I should downgrade that a little bit. Alright. How about now, Tyranny? Perhaps still a little bit on the loud side. There we go. That will probably be adequate. This is a game that has been recommended to me as one of Obsidian's more interesting games, however, one which is kind of a sleeper hit. Normal, story, hard, Path of the Damned, oh goodness. I usually play such games on normal mode. Alright. Well then. Oh, a new game plus is in this. Interesting. At any rate, provided I do not run into any major impasses or game-breaking bugs, as has happened to me recently, a few too many times. Starfield game-breaking bug, by my standards for a game-breaking bug, and SMT3 Nocturne, with just an impasse in general. Assuming I run into neither an impasse nor a game-breaking bug, I will continue this game until I reach a satisfactory ending. Alright, the purpose of this game, as far as myself streaming it goes, is I want a game which examines the concept of legal magic. And I think that Tyranny might be the game that does a good job. I was describing a game to a friend of mine, or not a game, I was describing a story idea to a friend of mine involving a fantasy magic system based on the law. Based on contracts and the law. And he brought up Tyranny. In fact, that friend of mine, if I remember correctly, was actually Dave the Amateur Magus, who may or may not show up during this stream, I don't know. Ah, here we go. An intro.
For over 400 years, the armies of Kairos the Overlord have swept across the known world.
Kairos.
All who stood against them fell before their might. Even the Archons, women and men of immense power, were forced to kneel, chained to the Overlord's will. Now Kairos' final conquest has come to our corner of the world, and two of the Overlord's armies compete for the honor of taking our lands. The elite disfavored, and the teeming horde of the Scarlet Chorus.
We already have
the
two
voices of
factions.
Nerat, Spymaster and Archon of Secrets, guides the fierce and undisciplined masses of the Scarlet Chorus. With each battle, the Scarlet Chorus grows stronger, as the defeated are given a simple choice: serve or die. Graven Ash, Archon of War and the Overlord's most loyal general, leads the disfavored. Though small in number, Kairos' ironclad legion has never met true defeat in open battle. Watching over the two generals is Tyranny, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, eldest of Kairos' minions. Tyranny brings Kairos' laws to newly conquered lands, aided by the Fatebinders, judges and executioners of the Overlord's laws. You were among the youngest of the court of Fatebinders when Kairos' armies came to our lands. How could we have known that the fate of thousands would rest in your hands?
A very good introduction, I think. Well, it looks like we are on character creation already. Sheesh. I see we're doing the character creation in our skivvies now. All right. Well, well. My understanding is that I'm supposed to be playing some kind of bureaucrat. I guess this works. Sure, why not? Next, whoops, that previous skipped me a little bit. Face and hair. Let's go with this neutral appearance, that may be fine. Actually, I'd like to... an older game. An older game, definitely. Nothing like Baldur's Gate 3's character creator. But most likely good for its time, which would have been 2016, if I remember correctly. Let's hear the voice options.
Got it.
You must rest soon. Curious. To battle!
Interesting.
Good work. You learn something every day.
Noble, sneaky, and aggressive.
I'll just hold on to this. That wasn't so hard. Quiet down. You must rest soon. Right. Interesting.
Not sure how I feel about these voices. What I do think, though, is that I need to reduce the volume again. Alright. Let's try this level. Okay. Actually, I'm going to check another setting to make sure that my volume is where I expect it to be. Okay, that might be alright. Or maybe not. Let's see. Perhaps I reduced it too much now. A little adjusting. Okay. Let's see what we have. I don't think I'm going to go with aggressive, but noble or sneaky.
Good work. You learn something every day. I'll just hold on to this. That wasn't so hard. Moving cautiously.
We must rest soon. Curious. Heads up, we have company. Flawless. You learn something every day.
Now let's see what hairstyle we're going to select. Oh, we got a mohawk up idea there. Bald. Windswept. Mohawk. Stereotypical noble. And anime protagonist. Let's go with windswept. Right, beard options. No beard. Goatee. Appropriate if we're playing the minion of an evil overlord. Well, this is an unusual selection. Also unusual. There's not very much difference between these. I suppose this one's fuller than this one. Oh, there's more options. I wonder if there was more options for the, No, there were not more options. There are more options for this one, though. Okay. What other options might there? Oh. Well then, that almost comes across as an Elvis appearance. Samurai ponytail. Is this intended to be a very short afro? I'm not sure. It does not allow me to zoom in on the face, unfortunately. The lengthiest part of any RPG, the character creation screen. Now, I do wish that it would actually clothe the character. I would like to see how he looks while wearing clothing. Let's see. Alright, so this was where anime protagonist left off. This one makes me think of Edgeworth from the Ace Attorney series, this particular hairstyle. I suddenly notice I'm not even paying attention to hair colors. Well then, interesting. Very interesting. go with Windswept, what I picked in the first place. Now we have all of these beard options. Let's see what we got. Interesting. That's a reasonably full beard. Ha! Goatee by itself. Ah, Wolverine. Sideburns only. There's a good stash. Another very decent mustache. Though it did say he's supposed to be a young guy, but then going clean-shaven is not necessarily the young guy thing to do these days. Perhaps some kind of beard or mustache would be appropriate. You know what, maybe I should just go with the standard issue villain beard. Now, who should I select here? Oh my, there's a lot of options for the portrait. Though, oddly enough, the default portrait looks the most like what I created. Though he does have a slightly different beard in that portrait. Kind of makes me wish for the newer games where it auto-creates a portrait based on your character creation. I'll go with this guy, why not? Bam. How did you join Kairos' army? Pit fighter, soldier, hunter, lawbreaker, goodness. Guild apprentice. Noble scion. Alright. Well, well, well. Diplomat. Interesting. Word in a far-flung city landed you in legal trouble. Taken before Tunon the Adjudicator and made to stand trial. Not only did you plead your innocence, but you turned the accusations around on the accuser for wasting the court's time. And the Archon of Justice concurred. Amused by your wit, wisdom, and adaptability, Tunon claimed you as his newest enforcer. Interesting. You know, I'm going to go with the diplomat option this time. This sounds like the most interesting to me. Primary expertise. You were trained in the following combat style. Sword and shield. Javelin. Well, that's interesting. Great sword. Two-handed weapon. Dual wielding. Short bow. Unarmed attacks. This is offset by the speed of your attacks, a good style for someone interested in being challenged. While fighting unarmed, the dodge skills used to avoid melee attacks rather than parry. Shock spells. Interesting. Frost spells. Vigor spells. Aha. Focuses on granting bonuses to yourself and your allies. Atrophy spells. Vigor spells sounds interesting. Oh, that changed his outfit. So this must be the actual class. This must be the class selection. Ah, that's an interesting outfit for an archer. Perhaps it emphasizes desert warfare. Alright, this looks... Not sure what to make of the warrior type. I suppose javelin and sword and shield are very similar. Interesting. So this is your default dual wielding. Hammer and axe. Very intriguing. For some reason the short bow looks more like... He looks more like a guerrilla fighter with the bow. The unarmed attacks wield the same guerrilla outfit, and then we get into the mages. Though each different one changes how the staff looks. I believe if Dave were here, he would make a joke about unlimited power with the electricity magic. Though shock spells do grant the interruption power, vigor spells. Very interesting. Alright, School of Vigor, a utility branch of magic that focuses on granting bonuses to yourself and your allies. Hopefully I get a decent number of allies. Well, let's see. You learn this ability, Titan's Touch. Fill the target with a surge of greatness. This is probably going to be a little on the hard mode side, but I'm inclined to go Buffer Diplomat. I'm thinking of being one of those sorts with a certain kind of power. The power to alter circumstances in my favor, more so than the power to win in a direct frontal assault combat. Control, Vigor, and Lore. Lore is an attack skill. How is Lore an attack skill? There is probably a very interesting reason why Lore is an attack skill. Oh, I see. So everyone gets Lore, huh? That is how it looked for a second. Or at least all the mages get Lore. Let me take a glance at... I see. So the others... Apparently the other's attack skill is simply using their weapon. So perhaps Lore is not truly an attack skill, it's just listed here for some reason. Control, Vigor, and Lore. Titan's Touch, okay. Control, Vigor, Magic Staff, Dodge, and Lore. Character's ability to decipher information and put together clues from fragments of information. Okay. So the others do not have the Lore. This probably means that the magic users will have certain advantages that the physical attackers do not have. But then maybe subterfuge is a better advantage. I'm not sure. Well, I'm going with being a diplomat, so this makes the most sense to me. Even though I am a little bit tempted to go with shock spells. I'm playing on normal difficulty, so if I challenge myself a little bit by picking an unusual class, I'll probably be fine. Secondary expertise. Oh. Believing that all of his guests should be well-rounded, Tunon ordered that you receive training in a secondary combat style. Fate binders are often deployed under treacherous circumstances. That is interesting. I could just be a buffer-debuffer. It lets me pick this twice. How interesting. Whereas, so if I pick this again... Charged Strike. Release a powerful burst of energy that explodes in a small area around the target. Focus your will into a shield of energy around yourself or a party member, granting additional armor. Interesting. Well then. So I have Titan's Touch. And then I can get a shield, or I can get a charged strike. Interesting. Decisions. Does it ask me to pick an ability? Ah, it does. Okay. Very interesting. So I can continue to go sword and shield, or I can do some other form of fighting. Ah. So this alters things a little bit. It's probably better to... It's probably better to stick with full magic. However, the option to be something akin to a... Interesting. War Mace. Why War Mace? So I could go Greatsword and then... Bigger spells. That would be interesting. Very interesting. So War Mace is more of a... Strange. What if I picked Greatsword? Sunder. And then Vigor spell. Huh. Or alternatively, Shock spell. Very interesting indeed. I find it strange that it does not let me select Greatsword as my secondary, even though it lets me pick it as a primary, but I can get War Mace as a secondary. Huh. Though I think I will go with... I'll go with Vigor and Atrophy. Seems like it sounds like those are powers that would go together well. Character colors, probably color of the outfit. You know what, I rather like this color scheme, but at the same time, it is... I'll go with this. Black overall with some red. Yeah. That seems appropriate enough. I'm checking out some of the other color options. This might also be a good one. I do somewhat like the green and black as well. It reminds me of the Alligans in Final Fantasy XIV's backstory. Alright. Interesting. I see. I wonder if the banner becomes an important thing at some point. Let's see. I believe I want something that looks professional and not... I want something that does not give a martial impression and does not give a primal impression or a bloodthirsty impression. This looks decent. Not sure about this. This might be okay. This feels vaguely martial because this gives me the impression of a helmet. That might be alright. This feels like it could be good. This also looks good. This almost gives me the impression it's too simplistic. These feel too primal. Too martial. Very martial. Slightly too martial. A bird. Something about the claws feels too primal. This bird feels a bit better. I'm not even sure what to make of this one. Feels slightly too primal. Too primal. Too martial. Probably good. I like this one as well. This one gives me a very, I represent the power of the sun. There we go. Black and yellow might be good. Or green and yellow, I suppose. Now let's go with black and yellow. Black and gold. Black and gold. Let's continue from here. Ooh, name. Let us come up with a name for our diplomatic Magus. Let's see. Though he's probably a low-level one since we're just starting the game, so maybe Magus is too much of a title. Our diplomatic neophyte. Let's see. Oh dear. There are some names I could use for this guy, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate. I was briefly considering just naming him Israel Regardie, but I don't know if that would be a good idea right now. After all, he is a villain. Or at least, vaguely villainous. He might turn out to be a hero. Hard to say. Let's see. Darian Blackwell. There we go. That's a name. Ah, boy. Character creation, it never ends. I definitely need good width. This is apparently for magic defense. Well, what causes good magic attack? Might is recommended for the vigor spells. I see, so 8 points total. That seems like a good balance. Physical and mental precision, you say? But it seems like it's more physical precision. What do we have? Weapon skills. Magic staff, apparently. Effectiveness of attacks using a magical staff. Higher skill values lead to more accurate. Interesting. So I'm also decent at two-handed weapons and one-handed weapons, but magic staff goes above and beyond. Interesting. Points available, 20, I see. How many good recommended skills do we have? Strongly recommended and strongly recommended. So I figure a strongly recommended one should have double the import. Excuse me. Let's see. Lore seems like it would be very important. In fact, lore may even be more important than the combat skills. I wonder if I can avoid combat entirely in this game. It might be possible, I don't know. I get the impression this game is about as unusual as Planescape Torment, perhaps. And I know you could avoid combat in Planescape Torment frequently. Nevertheless, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So by that standard, I should be able to get 4 points each if I'm doing everything equally. But if I want to do everything unequally, then 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. But that doesn't go evenly. So perhaps I should just go with... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or perhaps just 4, rather. Hmm. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You know what? I'm going to be funny and just dump the rest in lore. I feel like lore is going to be a very important skill here. In fact, it might be so important that I want to move even more into lore. It's just a gut feeling I have. Next. Conquest or Quick Start. Selecting the Conquest option will allow you to play through Kairos' Conquest of the Tiers. Choosing how your character was involved in the invasion, this gives you the most control over the starting state of the game and how other factions will react to your character. Versus the Quick Start. Selecting the Quick Start option will bypass the Conquest phase of character creation. Let's go with the Conquest. We've gotten this far. Oh, so we're actually...
All the world has fallen to Kairos. And now the Overlord's eye is on the Tears, our home. The last corner of the world free of Kairos' reign. Two armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, march south from the Northern Empire, the last realm to fall to Kairos a century prior.
Spacebar to continue, okay?
In the early days of 428, Kairos' armies arrive at the Gates of Judgment, the mountainous border that we Tearsmen so long believed unassailable. Unable to agree on a unified plan of defense, the various leaders of the Tears sit and wait for each other to deal with the conquerors, until it's too late.
Well then. Sounds like they were very inept at strategy. During the conquest, you will decide your character's actions during Kairos' invasion of the Tears, shaping the world through which you will adventure over the course of the game. Each choice you make affects your character and how major factions of the Tears respond to you. Your decisions matter. Choose wisely. 428 TR, Year 1 of Kairos' conquest. The Bastard City stood on the northern border between Kairos' empire and the Tears, built upon a natural harbor at the crossroads between realms. The city was a nexus of commerce. To the Tears, it was the center of all wealth. To a northerner, it was little more than a backwater trading post. Its symbolic status as a gateway to the continent made it a natural first target in Kairos' military conquest. Circumstances were ideal for you to prove your worth as a soldier in Kairos' armies. Taking this city would send a message to the rest of the Tears. Kairos' will is insurmountable. But didn't I select Diplomat in my background? Select a token on the map to begin. Infiltrate the Tears. Both armies sent their forces to prepare the way. Gates of Judgment. In the first major engagement of the war, Kairos' armies crossed the mountains and established a foothold. Let's refer to infiltrating the Tears. History would remember the Gates of Judgment as the first battle of the conquest, but the real combat unfolded with advance units of both armies preparing for the coming war. The Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus each had a plan to infiltrate the capital city. Which army did you join? Conscript enemy fighters for the Scarlet Chorus. Aid the Disfavored Scouts. Alright, you joined the Scarlet Chorus as they raided villages and small towns, conscripting every able-bodied man and woman into the army. The voices of Nerat emphasize the reward of conscription and enslavement over wanton bloodshed. Apparently his soldiers needed the reminder. You lent your skills to the elite Disfavored Scouts to capture a border garrison. Graven Ash insisted that an early victory in the offensive would boost the morale of his troops, and diminish the haughty overconfidence of the Southerners. Let's see. Disciplined and battle-hardened. The Disfavored are an elite legion in Kairos' army. They spearheaded the conquest of the younger realms, finding themselves always outnumbered but never outclassed. Led by the steadfast and dutiful Graven Ash, whom they follow with obsessive devotion, they are committed to imposing their interpretation of order upon... Yes. Right-click for details. Upon the relative lawlessness of the Tears. Legion only tolerates northerners in their ranks, priding themselves on their high standards and cultural purity. Scarlet Chorus, little more than a gang of thugs and their captive slaves. Rather than organize under commissioned officers, the Chorus follows a hierarchy seemingly ruled by whoever has the bravado to command and defend their position. At the head of this chaotic pecking order, the Archon of Secrets, better known as the Voices of Nerat, treats the Scarlet Chorus as his personal army. Okay. Between this, I favor the disfavored more. Next. The Oath-bound scouts identified a modest border defense and collaborated on an organized attack that would leave the enemy uncoordinated and cut off from aid. You oversaw the preparations and offered your opinions on the strategy when the clashing of swords and spears fell to silence. Followed by the cheering of disfavored scouts, you were the least surprised. Inside Agent versus Containing the Fire. With the border garrison captured by your disfavored allies, you traveled ahead of Kairos' armies and lurked in the shadows of the bastard city. You decided that converting one of the locals to Kairos' side would help bring the city to its knees. After all, corruption starts from within. A well-informed guard captain or a fast-talking smuggler? A bitter captain of the guard to sell military secrets to disfavored. Better that Kairos' forces marched their next inevitable victory well-informed. Arrangement with a well-connected smuggler who knew how to sneak agents of the Scarlet Chorus behind. Alright. I continue favoring the disfavored. The captain of the guard was of a mind that the bastard city was corrupt and deserving of better leadership. You did nothing to convince him otherwise. After taking your promises of stature and security to heart, he offered you a list of valuable assets, from weakened stones in the rampart to the state of siege provisions, capping it off with a list of city officials whose loyalties could likewise be turned to support your cause. Your tactics of infiltration placed you in the bastard city ahead of the main armies. Your work softened the city defenses for the arrival of Kairos' forces, but you wanted a decisive gesture that would give your allies a meaningful advantage. How did you assist in the fall of the bastard city? Duel the city marshal, incite a riot, or spread fear through assassination? The commander of the bastard city's defenses to an honorable fight to the death. The disfavored wished to spare soldier lives for the battles ahead and civilian lives for occupation. Spreading the word of Kairos, you converted the poor and disaffected into a hidden army of the Scarlet Chorus. Once the dust settled, the army wished to bolster their troops with these sleeper cells. Keeping to the shadows, you eliminated the leaders of the bastard city one by one. Well then, this gives me a warrior's respite, eh? Interesting. So my decisions affect my abilities. Hello, Caleb. I unfortunately had an issue on Monday, so was unable to stream KSP. I will get to KSP next Monday. However, this is Tyranny, and I am, strangely enough, still in character creation. Although now it's gotten to an interesting part of character creation I've never seen another game do. I am telling the game what my character was doing during the conquest of the last lands that Kairos was conquering. the idea behind Tyranny and why I consider it a sorcery game is it relates to legal magic. Apparently the Overlord Kairos is able to do some very unusual things with edicts that just straight happen. Like being able to make an edict that such and such an area in the Empire will be obedient or it will rain fire. And then if they fail to be obedient in the allotted time, it just plain rains fire. It's the sort of thing that reminds me of contractual sorts of magic, you know? Pacts and bindings and so forth. Keeping to the shadows. On the one hand, I want to select dueling the city marshal, but on the other hand, the character that I'm creating is not a duelist. I do not like the Scarlet Chorus, because the Scarlet Chorus is apparently something akin to a slave army. I am working for the bad guys, by the way. I'm definitely working for the bad guys, however, I'm trying to be like the one nice guy who works for the bad guys. That's kind of the shtick I'm trying to go with. Alright, as for the character I'm currently creating, it probably makes more sense for me to have basically converted the populace. Spreading the word of Kairos, you converted the poor and disaffected into a hidden army of the Scarlet Chorus. Once the dust settled, the army wished to bolster their troops with these sleeper cells. It didn't take much to convince the bastard cities downtrodden that Kairos was the superior power. You armed them with weapons and knowledge of a signal you would raise when the time was right. As the armies appeared outside the walls, you ignited the spark that fanned their anger into a full-scale riot. The chaos they spread in Kairos' name weakened the city to such an extent that its inevitable fall was but a formality. Yes, trying to be the Grey Jedi. That, too, might be a fun game to play sometime, Knights of the Old Republic. The bastard city settled into a new state of normalcy, with every tower displaying Kairos' banner. Your name was whispered alongside rumors of a decorated career to come. The armies divided into two fronts and migrated south. Tunon sent word that you were to join the next frontier of Kairos' conquest, either as judge and overseer of the settlement of Lethian's Crossing, or as a war advisor with the armies advancing into the realm of Apex. So, judge and overseer of the settlement of Lethian's Crossing, or as a war advisor. I'm inclined to go with Lethian's Crossing. Let's see how this works out. Year 2 of Kairos' conquest. Years ago, Lethian the Bold founded a small merchant town at the intersection of ancient old walls. A pact between the settlers and a mercenary company meant that caravans were able to travel without fear of bandits or bane, and the town thrived in modest insignificance. Lethian's Crossing drew Kairos' attention for the iron deposits in the surrounding hills. With the region under Kairos' control, the northern smith mages could set up workshops to refine ore and arm the disfavored with the finest weapons in the known world. The Archon of Secrets dismantled the mercenaries' support with a generous bribe. Taking the crossing in a bloodless victory, Tunon dispatched you to travel alongside Kairos' forces and bring order to the region. Now, the iron must flow. You found a clever solution to improve production of iron weapons and armor, or the cult of Siren. The Archon of Song's power ensnared the mind of a disfavored soldier. What? Well then. Siren, Archon of Song, used her arcane charm to lure locals into joining Kairos' army. As a patroness of the Scarlet Chorus, her efforts were critical to the conscription of new recruits. When an enthralled, disfavored soldier joined her cult, his company feared that the Archon was growing out of control and needed to be stopped. Oh. Interesting. Now let's take a look at the other alternative. Kairos' smith mages worked day and night to create weapons. No one faulted their dedication, yet production was low. The plans that came to light proved divisive to the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus. On one hand, any additional manpower was needed for fighters, not forges. On the other hand, the celebrated weaponry of Kairos' armies needed to be fiercely guarded. Take refugees from the recent influx and force them to serve in Kairos' military, repurpose these individuals to haul wagons of iron for the smith mages. This proved an inconvenience to the Scarlet Chorus, who relied on their force of numbers to be effective in the field. Conscripted help from a local tribe of beastmen, their strength would more than offset their disobedience. The disfavored protested that savages have access to the secrets of iron, but their voices were few compared to the support of the Scarlet Chorus. So, if I go in this direction, I must make... This probably means that I make a minor enemy in one of the two armies. Because Kairos has two separate armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus. I have no idea why the Disfavored are called the Disfavored. It's a little strange to me. Why are they called the Disfavored? Is it because they're made up of officers that are not allowed to just stay at home? Is that the idea? I don't fully understand, but oh well. Between those, I don't think I want to make an enemy out of anyone, so I'm going to be thinking more about the Cult of Siren. This sounds like a much more interesting line anyway. Though there is one interesting thing back here having to do with the conscripting the beastmen. That might indicate that, either I have beastmen who like me, or I have beastmen that hate my guts over here. I'm not sure which it would be if I went that route. Siren, Archon of Song. So the question here is, I either destroy Siren's cult, or I send them to the front lines. Interesting. Though I have a sneaky suspicion this also leads to the same type of problem. I wind up favoring one of the factions at the expense of the other. However, this also probably means that there winds up being a weird cult of the song, of the songstress. I'm inclined to go this route. Disfavored tactic is to use the soldiers. No. In this case, the disfavored want to want to abolish the cult of Siren because the cult enthralled a disfavored soldier, which made the disfavored think that the Archon was getting too strong. So, strangely enough, sending the soldiers to the front line is something that the Scarlet Chorus favors rather than the disfavored. However, I'm still inclined to do that. I'm going to go ahead and send the Cult of Siren to the front line, see what that leads to. In Scarlet Chorus tradition, you sent the latest batch of cultists to the front lines of the Apex campaign. Those who survived were welcome to remain in Kairos' military, and their performance would stand as testimony to Siren's effectiveness. The Scarlet Chorus agreed to transfer Siren's latest recruits to the front lines of the Apex campaign. Your resolution fit their traditional model of conscription, so they considered it a fair alternative. In the weeks to come, more of them returned to active duty than even Siren herself expected, likely owing to their obsessive devotion to the Archon and her enchanting music. Then what happens? A red anvil. A forge-bound mage swore allegiance to the Scarlet Chorus, creating strife between the armies. Ancient threats who protected the city from the attacks of arcane predators. Ooh. Drawn to the arcane energy around the forges, mystical predators from the nearby Old Walls began to raid Lethian's Crossing at all hours. Both of Kairos' armies reserved their strength for the front lines of the war, and yet the city required protection. You had to delegate the responsibilities somewhere. I'm starting to think that most of these decisions are about favoring one of the two armies. And I'm really not sure what the better path is. As the largest army, you tasked the Scarlet Chorus with the burden of security. The disfavored took the opportunity to gather their strength. Since the disfavored used most of the iron that came out of Lethian's Crossing, it fell to them to stand as the city's vigilant protectors. The Scarlet Chorus enjoyed a necessary reprieve. Versus one of Kairos' smith mages swore allegiance to the Scarlet Chorus, jealously hoarding the secret of iron forging, the disfavored demanding the smith's immediate return. The Scarlet Chorus insisted that they were within their rights to take allegiance from any source. Tempers flared, and the forges cooled as arguments stalled productivity. I need to remind myself. So the head is the Archon of Secrets. Okay. Not the songstress, but the Archon of Secrets. Interesting. Enslave the renegade mage or erase his mind. That's my options. Well then. Since Kairos' law dictated that the secrets of iron be granted only to the smith mages, you ruled that the new recruit's mind be erased of all memory. Since the smith mage would not willingly return to work, you enlisted the disfavored to return him there in chains. Well... Okay. This would probably irritate the, I'm more inclined to go with the ancient threats problem. Who would you like to have as an enemy question? Yes. That is how it comes across. I have a feeling I'm generating friends and enemies with every single decision I make. Drawn to the arcane... I'm inclined to say that the disfavored are the protectors of the city. Though the disfavored were averse to your ruling, they couldn't argue with the reasoning behind it. They rallied to the streets of Lethian's Crossing, patrolling on alert in shifts that lasted day and night in an impressive show of force. They managed to repel several attacks from the predators in districts that would have otherwise suffered great harm. Able to do some good, the disfavored still detested you for keeping them from the battle with their real enemy in the Tears. Tragedy struck when a mercenary hired by the Voices of Nerat injured a forge-bound artisan, leaving him unable to practice his craft. Tunon ordered the mercenaries to leave the city in the hands of Kairos' more responsible servants. Only a token garrison could be left behind while the armies returned to the front. As the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus showed increasing tension and hostility toward each other, Tunon decreed it best that only one force control the crossing. Alright. The disfavored is using most of the iron, so you granted control of Lethian's Crossing to the disfavored. The disfavored placed a modest garrison in the settlement of Lethian's Crossing, though the force was larger than might be needed to police the small settlement. Protecting the forge-bound ironsmiths became the true agenda of the defense force, as these magical craftsmen kept the disfavored invasion force suited in iron. Relieved at the departure of the Scarlet Chorus, the citizens of Lethian's Crossing felt they got the least of two burdens. You received word from Graven Ash thanking you for the decision. The forge-bound and their weaponry could not be entrusted to the Voices of Nerat. Interesting. Truth be told, I do slightly favor the disfavored, which is an ironic thing to say, I know. But at the same time, I also feel like I shouldn't actually be playing favorites. So I gave them a hard time, and then I gave them the city. With the mercenaries expelled in Lethian's Crossing under new leadership, Kairos' forces congratulated themselves on bringing order to the settlement and guaranteeing a productive flow of resources. Over the course of this diversion, the army front advanced further into the Tears. Your skills were needed in the realm of Azure, Stalwart, or the Vellum Citadel. You may choose only one of these locations. Kairos dispatched the Archon of Stone to subjugate the nation of Azure. With its easily defended position and rich military tradition, the realm of Stalwart was the most formidable realm in the Tears. Kairos' conquering gaze fell upon the Vellum Citadel, its treasures, its knowledge, its secrets. Azure could also be pronounced Azure. It looks like it's probably a farming settlement. So it looks to me like it's a choice between I'm either in charge of going after the farmlands, I'm in charge of going after the Spartan equivalent, or I'm in charge of going after the mystical, like the nation of mages or something of that nature. Very interesting indeed. Azure, Stalwart, or Vellum Citadel? Do you really have to ask? Confirm. We're going to get the treasures and the mystical secrets of the Vellum Citadel. Why, yes, Dave, I am. I didn't want to just quick start, I wanted to see how this played out. And quite frankly, I wish that more games would have a character creation section like this, because this is fascinating. The Vellum Citadel was an archive and library of massive scale. Its inhabitants were known as the School of Ink and Quill, a circle of mages that centuries ago carved out their own mountainous refuge on lands unsettled by the other major realms. Legends said that the Citadel housed a treasure trove of arcane knowledge. The Overlord's spies infiltrated the school and confirmed as much. The time was ripe to send a detachment to the great library fortress and force the scholars to yield to Kairos. The chain of command, a peaceful surrender turned bloody. Or Song of Ensnarement. Siren's song ensnared some stealthy sages. Ooh. Let's take a look at all of the options. A detachment of Kairos' army marched on the Vellum Citadel expecting an orderly surrender. As they neared the main gates, a blast of arcane energy struck the commanders dead. Suddenly, the highest-ranking officer alive, Kairos' forces looked to you for the next steps. Order the Skylit Chorus to attack, or order the Disfavored to advance. Song of Ensnarement. Siren, Archon of Song, used her power to enthrall enemy mages who crept beyond the Citadel walls. After Kairos' forces rounded up the arcane practitioners, the Disfavored began executing the new captives before they could share dangerous knowledge, a crime under Kairos' law with the Scarlet Chorus. Oh! You punished the Disfavored for executing mages bound to the Scarlet Chorus, ordering that several Disfavored soldiers be given to the Archon of Song as her personal bodyguards. I have a feeling this is going to bite me in the ass later, Dave. But I am inclined to go in that direction. Though I very much fear that I am creating that some of my decisions are creating a little lordling who is going to be... I don't know why. I have the sneaky suspicion that I'm going to be required to go and assassinate Siren at some point. And this is... I'm gonna go with this. This is gonna... The wisdom of the sages and knowledge of the Vellum Citadel were too important to silence. The Disfavored balked at entering the Archon's service, but your ruling left them with no recourse. Archon Siren delighted in having new toys to play with and promptly enthralled her personal guard. You spotted them in camp days later, following their new mistress with wide-eyed devotion. Well then. I have a feeling I'm going to regret that later, aren't I, Dave? Siren composed songs of strength and provoked bloody slaughter. The Archon of Song incited Scarlet Chorus recruits to fight their leaders. Bosses were killed and supplanted left and right. The Disfavored demanded an end to the practice for the good of the conquest. You agreed with the disfavored arguments. The right of command had its place, but not when Kairos' forces were outnumbered and reinforcements were weeks behind, if not longer. Or I go for the Spy Master's agents. A group of enemy mages surrendered to the disfavored, claiming to be spies loyal to the voices of Nerat. No one in the army could verify the claim. The disfavored readied to interrogate the mages, but the Scarlet Chorus protested, demanding that the prisoners be given to their custody. They couldn't risk the voices of Nerat's secrets falling into the wrong hands. I'm going to go with this one. I agree with the disfavored arguments. The right of command had its place, but not when Kairos' forces were outnumbered and reinforcements were weeks behind, if not longer. The Scarlet Chorus, even the gang bosses, argued in favor of their ritual contest killing. In the end, they agreed to suspend the practice for the remainder of the Vellum Citadel campaign, lacking an outlet to settle scores or deal with pent-up hostility. Tensions flared between commanders and recruits who were forced to act against their better nature and communicate. What in blazes? That was interesting. The Edict of Fire. Food and morale dwindled as the siege party realized the enemy would win this war of attrition. Tunon sent word that Kairos' patience had run thin. The Overlord would cast an Edict of Fire on the enemy. The parchment arrived in a slender case of engraved iron. Written on it, the words of a spell powerful enough to destroy the Vellum Citadel. You had the choice of when to read the edict. Reading it at sunrise would offer your enemies no warning of the devastation to come. You could also wait until sunset, giving them ample time to flee or make amends. Claiming they still had spies within the Citadel, the Scarlet Chorus urged you to warn the mages of the Overlord's edict. Granting their request, you met with the enemy under a blue flag of peace, and warned them of their doom, giving the Chorus spies and the enemy a chance to run. You confronted the mages with a warning and hoped the message was received. The hour before sunset, numerous figures were spotted fleeing the Citadel. As the sun dipped under the horizon, you read the words of the edict. The earth shook, and red-orange light glowed in the foundation of the sprawling Citadel. Bubbling up from under the library, a torrent of lava heaved with explosive force, gushing from windows and between loose bricks, melting winding trenches in the surrounding land. Days later, the flames still raged on. The conflagration continually fed and renewed by the power of the edict. Well, well, well. The armies of Kairos left the devastation of the Vellum Citadel in silence. From that day forward, the Tears came to know the once noble Citadel as the Burning Library. This was an undisputed loss of resources, knowledge, culture, and life. But a message had been sent. The Overlord will not tolerate defiance. You didn't have long to rest before Tunon called you into service once more. You were one of the last to depart from the mountains, and as you journeyed off, you spotted a few campfires in the mountains. They were mere specks dwarfed by the inferno, the last gasps of survivors, or perhaps looters from Kairos' armies, bored and daring enough to pick through the ashes. Conquest complete. You have reached the end of Kairos' conquest. Do you want to continue or erase your progress and start over? Continue. That took a relatively lengthy time, so I'm not going to restart that, though it gave me the impression there was one more phase of the conquest. To think I've been playing this for almost 90 minutes, and I'm only just now getting out of character creation, but then that was a very interesting...
The year is 431.
All right.
And Kairos' invasion has shattered all major opposition in the tiers. The Younger Realms, the Bastard Tier, the Free Cities. All who defied Kairos lay broken by battle, or bowed in surrender. The two armies of the Overlord, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, now control our lands. But our will is not yet extinguished. Not entirely. In the Valley of Vendrian's Well, those of us unwilling to bow to Kairos have banded together in defiance. Violating an oath of surrender from 2 years prior, we have staged a bloody uprising, murdering the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus garrison in a midnight assault. With their main forces spread across the tiers, the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus redeploy to Vendrian's Well to crush the resistance. But months pass with no definitive battle. As disagreement and discord paralyze the Archons, we bide our time and wait for our message of insurrection to spread across the tiers. The Overlord is not amused, and Kairos has one message for the Archons: crush the Oathbreakers or die. Kairos backs this threat with an edict, a magical commandment that can slay all in the valley should the order be ignored. The honor of proclaiming this edict fell to you. Sent across the mountains to Vendrian's Well, you carry the Overlord's edict to read before the Archons. As you finally make your way through the winding mountain passes into the valley, the ground trembles, and Kairos' magic seals the way behind you. You are trapped in Vendrian's Well, with Kairos' armies and the Oathbreakers. The only way to survive is to fulfill the terms of the Overlord's edict, in any way that you can.
Well then. Well, that's an interesting transition. Fatebinder Darian Blackwell, I presume. We've been expecting you. Yes, I named my character Darian Blackwell. It seemed appropriate. If this is your first visit to the world of Tyranny, watch for these windows to help you become familiar with the game. You can disable tutorial messages at any time from the game options menu. Oh, by the way, Caleb, this game was made by Obsidian, who are the same people responsible for Fallout New Vegas and, oh, goodness gracious, my memory is, Pillars of Eternity, I think, yes. Yes, this skull over here is crying blood, apparently. What am I supposed... Oh, yes. Ah, that is a indicator that reminds me of the olden Baldur's Gate 1. But I think I'd like to take a look at this. The ancient Weeping Mother statue pays homage to the Queen Lycaris. First of her name, fresh water once flowed from this statue, but when Kairos' forces attacked Vendrian's Well in 429, the statue began weeping blood and has done so ever since. Kairos the Overlord, be praised! When I heard the avalanche, I feared the valley was sealed with you on the other side. The disfavored warrior claps her gauntlet to her breastplate, the traditional salute of her legion. The commander wouldn't say why the governor of Lethian's Crossing would be coming, but since we have no forges here, I imagine you're here to knock some sense into the voices of Nerat. She catches herself, clearing her throat with a smile. I mean, mediate with the Archons, so that we might agree on a plan to wipe out these Oathbreakers. So this is where the glare silently meme comes from, okay. But on a personal note, it is good to see another Harbinger. Harbinger. Barely 10,000 disfavored departed the Northern Empire to conquer the tier. Some disfavored in country today were but part of that original muster. This is Aurora, Stone Shield of the Second Cohort, veteran of the original Vendrian's Well campaign 2 years prior. You saw battle with her and her team in the infiltration of the Tiers that occurred weeks before the major opening battle at the Gates of Judgment. Those who took part in these daring pre-war raids refer to each other affectionately as Harbingers. Ah, yes. By Kairos' will, most of our old invasion force still lives, but most of us have been scattered across the Tiers. Reassigned as needs change, I miss those days, when there was so much battle ahead of us as so much glory still to be won. But I know the Archons are expecting you. Don't let me wax nostalgically about the old days. Ooh, lore. I have a rule that if there is a dialogue option that requires that I can't normally use because I need a high skill, I will use the one I wouldn't ordinarily be able to use. Can you hear that hum in the air, that glow around the rocks? The avalanche is Kairos' magic. The Overlord has sealed the valley. Your senses see more than mine, good Fatebinder. I do not pretend to know much about such things, but if that was Kairos' magic and you're here on important business, well, you don't have to be the Archon of Secrets to guess that you're here to proclaim an edict. What does Kairos have in store for the enemy? 10 years of festering plague, an edict of twisted bones? Glare silently. A nervous smile creeps over her as she waits for a response that doesn't arrive. I am asking questions beyond my station, she dips low, trembling as she bows. Forgiveness, please. Well, you've traveled a long way. I won't keep you further. I'm sure the Archons will want to hear from you. Her voice falls silent, her attention snapping eastward with alarm. Did you hear that? More runners, third time this week. The Oathbreakers keep trying to send messengers through the mountains to gather help from outside the valley. She points over to the collapsed path by which you arrived. But they're a bit too late for that now. Come, let's show these Oathbreakers a good fight. In honor of the Vendrian Guard reneging on the surrender of 429, soldiers in both the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus now refer to these Tiersmen as Oathbreakers. It is perhaps one of the few points of agreement between the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus. All right. All right, this seems very similar. Let's see. Thrust, Titan's Touch. I see. So what I am to glean from this is... Perhaps I need to move into range first. So how does this work exactly? What about this? Now, this is still going on about conversations. I understand conversations quite well, thank you. I'm more concerned with combat. Searing Palm, okay. Let's see how this goes. I'm giving a touch of greatness to... Oh wait, is it not going to work? Do I need to get closer first?
Can't do that.
Why is it not working? No, I'm a buffing, debuffing character, so I'm trying. Oh, is it not going to let me do it because she's not technically in my party? Is that how this is going to go? Ah, mildly annoying. Okay. So I'm guessing it's not going to let me do it because she's not technically in my party, so I am going to debuff the enemy instead.
Right.
Tyranny uses a pausable real-time combat system because you will often manage more than one character at a time. It's a good idea to pause the game, issue orders, and resume real-time to see the orders play out. The options menu also contains many choices for automatic pausing when certain conditions are met. Yes. Can always perform basic attacks using equipped weapons. or their fists if fighting unarmed. Characters also have special abilities and spells they can use in combat. Alright. All abilities and spells can be accessed by selecting the category icon. Reputation abilities. Interesting. Weapon sets. Alright. Parry, dodge, endurance. Okay. I think I get the basic idea here. Alright. What is this? Lesser healing potion. Alright. Alright.
Right.
I see. That's one down. Let's check further along the path for more. There are 6 categories of talents available. Leadership, defense, power, agility, ranged, and magic. Alright. So, does this mean that I have... Ooh, spell creation? What is this? Spells are created using 2 or more sigils. The core sigil determines the type of magic, such as fire, frost, or illusion. The expression sigil determines how that core shapes itself into the world, such as a ball of fire or frost enchanting a weapon. There are several categories of sigils that can accent a spell, granting it greater range accuracy or providing bonus secondary effects. Alright. Core sigil. Sigil of vigor, sigil of atrophy, sigil of fire. Alright. Let's go with a sigil of vigor. Expression. So that's all I have access to right now. I see. What do I have here? What is this? Sigil of atrophy? I see. And this gives me the touch of atrophy. Searing palm, okay. How strange, though. Reputation. I see. The disfavored scouts praised your infiltration of the bastard city you granted control of Lethians crossing to the disfavored. Wrath history, you killed a Vendrian guard soldier. How irksome. No reputation event history. Graven Ash. I see. Okay. Interesting, though I am in the middle of a combat, I suppose. Oh, dear. Welcome to Ruin and Conqueror's Will. Alright. It does not look like I can do much with spell creation until I gain additional sigils, because all the spells I can create I already have. Okay. What else do we have here? Hide archived missives. What? I see. Okay. Now, I believe the reason I started looking at this again... here we are. Talents. Leadership... Defense and power. So I need level 3 before I can use the leadership ones. Do I have any talent points? It looks like the answer is no. This is kind of unnecessary to worry about quite yet. May as well.
On it.
What do we have? The avalanche has us blocked. Think you can fit through the rubble? So who are these people?
Sorry, I can't.
Boulder. Wedge yourself through the rocks and squeeze through as quickly as possible. I'm not an athletic type, so... Oh dear, what's this? Am I being attacked? I seem to be being attacked. Okay. I was not expecting this guy to be a enemy. Sun Soldier. Stone Shield, odd. I am so very confused. All right then.
I got it.
Interesting. So I have a basic attack, which is just shooting them with my
I got it.
with my wizard staff, essentially.
On it.
Don't bother with me, go down to the pass. Drastus, the soldier clutches his gut and winces. You can see a hint of entrails between his fingers. You're wounded, and it's not trivial. He laughs through clenched teeth. This but a scratch. I've seen twice as worse 10 times over. He doubles over in pain, gagging and shivering. If you'll let me help... I said I'm fine! Raven Ash protects. You go on and help the others. All right. I don't see much of a need to grab the javelin. What's this guy's issue? Vendrian Guard corpse. Oh dear. Several skulls, bleached by the sun and picked clean by carrion birds, are spiked on a roughly hewn post. It is the only heraldry the Scarlet Chorus needs. I see.
Try and catch me, worm.
A young Scarlet Fury weaves around the Vendrian Guard attackers. Avoiding their weapons, with fluid grace she nods to acknowledge you. Scarlet Furies are the elite fighters of the Scarlet Chorus, distinguished by their graceful attacks and murderous persistence. Better armed and trained than most Chorus conscripts, the Furies are found among the vanguard of battle. Their brutal displays of skill inspiring bloodlust in the masses and fear in the enemy. A breathless enemy soldier passes a glance to her countrymen. This one's crazy! Too much lead in her water! We should cut our losses and turn back!
Fate finder. Here at last. Here to join me in putting these cowards out of their misery.
That depends. Who are you?
Are you serious? I came to escort you to camp when... Damn it! Kill first, questions later.
Alright. You look like you're handling yourself well enough.
That I am. But I could use someone watching my back.
Very well. For the realm of Apex, charge! The Vendrian Guard level their weapons and advance. Ah, it appears that she has joined my party. Alright, if she's going to join my party, I finally have someone that I can... wait a second. Alright, so I'm in control of both of them now. Bam. Blood-soaked stone, burning iron, skewer. Ooh, we have more. Scarlet poison, rot spear. Alright. Let's try... Ah, I see. Let's go ahead and try this one first.
I got it.
Now let's downgrade this guy.
On it.
Now... that might be acceptable for now. Uh-oh. There we go. Let's see what happens when we serum. Now let's try this move.
Right.
Alright, we got one left. You can just attack normal. I will use this ability, and let's see what happens. Alright, not bad. What do you have in your inventory, little lady? Well, big lady, I suppose. I was about to say, heal potion. No, wait, that's poison. Apparently the heal potions in this one are green. Alright, plus 25% health. Well, you look like you've taken a fair amount of damage, so maybe you should take one.
Phew. I can tell you didn't spend the conquest in a diplomat's tent.
The fighter surveys the fresh corpses and nods with satisfaction.
I'm versed, by the way. But there are more important things to take care of than introductions. Those Vendrian Guard we killed didn't come alone.
She gestures to the skirmish unfolding in the pass below, shaking her head. Why are the Vendrian Guard attacking now?
I guess the Vendrian Guard are testing our strength in battle, learning how we perform before they organize a real offensive. That, or they're really, really desperate to get beyond the mountains and couldn't wait until nightfall.
You fight like a storm. What's your role in the army?
A Scarlet Fury, one of the elite killers of our ignoble gang. You'll see more than a few of us around camp, but don't let that fool you. We're a rare breed. Most of the soldiers in the Scarlet Chorus are little more than farmers and children armed with rusted forks. Makes them easier to control. The voices of Nerat called his best fighters to this siege. There must be something important about Vendrian's well, though don't ask me what. The Archon isn't in the habit of spilling secrets.
I'm ready if you are.
Eager. I like that. Before we go, you might search among the remains of our fallen comrades. Wherever they're bound, I doubt they'll miss their boots, much less any rings or any useful iron they might be clutching.
I see your point. Nice and practical.
No reason to pity the fallen. Before long, we might wish we'd joined them here. But at least we'll enjoy heavy pockets and warm toes. For the voices of Nerat!
The verse furrows her brow and focuses down on the battle to come. Perhaps. Boots, eh? My, that's a lot of items. Oh, very interesting. I do believe I'm going to want to take a closer look at this. Lesser Sigil of Reaching Grasp. Let us learn it, shall we? Learned new spell accent. Very nice. You've discovered a new sigil. Alright. What is this? The Iron Brand. Okay. Common, 1% deflection. Light armor, cloth, deflection 1%. This one grants deflection 12%. I'm a little bit confused about this. Just a little bit. 12% deflection. 0.5. Whoops. Haha. Ha. I see. Deflection 1% versus deflection 5%. What about you? What do you got? Bloody Scarlet Fury boots. I think she really wanted the boots, so we'll swap out. Scarlet Fury helm. She seems more appropriate to be wearing the Scarlet Fury material. Does it make sense for me to be wearing the rogue leathers or no? I'm not actually sure. I am not a rogue. Perhaps I should save them for someone more appropriate. All right.
Right.
This definitely reminds me of Baldur's Gate 1. Alright, looks like we were actually supposed to go this way. Here I'm thinking of going right constantly. Yeah, we've already talked about the bleached skulls. Who are these? Are these friend or foe? Eyes forward, no looking back, the Vendrian Guard warrior roars with his falx held high, his words largely lost over the din of combat. Stand aside, or your funeral will be over the side of the bluff. Seeing you squarely in his path, the soldier points his weapon your way. I applaud your bravery, but I implore you to end this foolishness and lay down your arms. Not a chance. If I surrender, I'm as good as dead. At least we can drag some of Kairos' chosen along our short journey to the void. As he signals his men to charge, the sound of chanting rises from the south, drawing his attention. Scarlet Chorus reinforcements, hurry! Run down the Oathbreakers, let none escape! From the red mob of reinforcements from the south, a blood chanter emerges at the head of the rabble, the ornamental crest of her staff Oh, her, okay. Of her staff pulsing with crimson tones, signing sigils of magic and wordlessly moving her mouth. The blood chanter scribes a series of spells into the air. A red glow surrounds the Vendrian Guard warriors as the chanter's magic worms its way into their minds, blinding them with rage. Hold position, all of you! You there, keep to the path! The warrior gestures along the canyon trail, but his soldiers turn their attention to the Scarlet Chorus roaring challenges. No, don't engage them! We need to run! His orders falling on deaf ears, the warrior reluctantly readies his weapon.
Look at...
Okay, companions. Yes, I'm already aware that she has joined my party. Okay. Yes, I get it. If every tutorial's going to be like that, maybe I should disable tutorials. Goodness. My belief is you should always upgrade your companions. This looks like she is already attacking this one. I got a mind to go for it. Ah, interesting. Skewer.
Eat your corpse.
All right. All right. How is this going? Kind of wonky so far.
Await my signal.
She's taking quite a bit of damage. Alright, but our enemies are taking quite a bit more damage.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
It looks like the Scarlet Chorus is winning. You took a lot of damage. All right. I just hope I'm not wasting potions because people are getting ready to heal or something. Come quick, we have a situation on the cliffside. They have the commander. Who's the commander? Interesting. May as well take everything, or take from our fallen comrades, perhaps. Whoops. Let's see. Bloody Scarlet Fury armor. Vendrian Guard armor, that might be a problem. Not sure if it's a good idea to wear that stuff. Scarlet Chorus leather armor. I see. Bent bronze dagger. Doesn't look like this is the sort of equipment I would want to be using. Alright. Let's go see what's going on up here. Sheesh. I believe these are enemy soldiers. What do we got? Stow your weapons, or we find out how long a man screams before hitting the ravine down below. Cornered between a precipitous drop and a band of angry soldiers, the Oathbreaker warrior holds a disfavored officer at knife point. Skewer him! Worry not for me! Graven Ash will protect! The disfavored officer winces, blood seeping from the seams of his bracers and cuirass. You heard the man. He plainly invited you to use that little blade of yours. What are you waiting for? Permission from your pimp? This blade, with a jerk of the knife, he slices off a clump of Drastus's matted hair. If you're so eager to see your ally dead, just step closer. Release the prisoner and you might know the inside of a cell. And I'm sure that cell will have daily visits from Scarlet Chorus cads thirsty for a bit of torture. He shakes his head, pulling the captive closer. I'd rather take my chances with death. Now that's unfair, I assure you. It's more a hunger for torture than a thirst. But you are correct, we have no charity left for those who have laughed at our mercy once before. The blood chanter slams her staff on the ground, curling her fingers with a quivering hand. If you fools won't deal with him, maybe I will. Whatever you're thinking, don't. Not until Commander Drastus is safe. I do not have Athletics 30, so... Attack! Oh, really? I've gained wrath with Scarlet Chorus, favor with Dishonored. Strange. Disfavored. Tyrell dashes the blade across Drastus's throat. Blood gushes out from the commander's neck, drowning out his final words. Tyrell points the bloody knife towards you. Death to Kairos! Death to the Archons! The moment Drastus's body falls to the ground, the disfavored soldiers pounce forward, quickly reducing the Oathbreaker to a bloody mess. Drastus's death will be a setback. He was a fine steward of this steadfast. Aurora swallows, her lips pursed in anger. But with the losses we've sustained in this war, I'm the next in command. I will aspire to be half the leader Drastus was. One of the soldiers found some mage blather on the Oathbreakers. Aurora holds up a rolled sheaf of parchment. I figured you being trained in letters could perhaps... Aurora looks down at the papers, her face blushing, and quickly thrusts the sheaf towards you. Literacy is rare in the North. Very few disfavored soldiers know more than a few written words. Literacy is uncommon in the tiers, but the nobility of the younger realms have taught literacy to the firstborn noble for centuries. Now many of these disenfranchised nobles have fallen in with the uprising, and they rely on written messages, knowing most of Kairos' forces will be unable to decipher the contents. Repeating the same messages in different written scripts, the parchment explains the Vendrian Guard's desire to overthrow Kairos' Archons and rout their armies from the tiers. The pages aren't addressed to any specific reader, but rather openly invites all who remain loyal to the younger realms to gather at Vendrian's well. Recruitment material, they were trying to bring more traitors to the fight. There were likely other groups trying to flee the valley, but we can rest knowing we stopped this group. A shame it's at such a high cost. The Archons are expecting you at the disfavored war camp. When you are ready to leave, exit by the southeast gate and keep going that way through the foothills. All right, then. Let's examine this fool. Another sigil. Good. Mead. Very nice. What is this? What is a Falx, anyway? I see. I am perhaps running out of... Learn the sigil? Let's see what we got here. Core sigil before proceeding. Let's take a look at some of these. It won't let me use that. It won't let me use that. It won't let... Select an expression sigil. Oh, I see. Titan's Touch, but when I add this, it's Sigil of Reaching Grasp, I see. Interesting. Oh, this is new. Fireball! I have to take Fireball, goodness. Fireball, it's practically a necessity in situations like this. Oddly enough, she has 2 slots, but she doesn't seem to have a high enough lore skill. Interesting. Wait a second, I think I'm doing it wrong. Accent. Assign. Press any key to exit assign mode. Really? What's going on here? Well, that's interesting. But I didn't intend to do that. Remove. Remove because I am going to remake it. As this form with this assign here. Okay. Then we take this one, Touch of Atrophy. I guess I will take this, add that, update. Oh, okay. So I can just update. Interesting. Sigil of Distant Impact. Very nice. So I can't use Distant Impact on any of the other ones, but I can use Distant Impact on this one, getting me 4 spells total. Okay. Now what of her? I kind of want to give her Titan's Touch and Syrian Atrophy as well. Let's see. Assigned her. Assign also to her. Okay, that will do. Kinda wish I had a heal spell somewhere, but apparently I don't yet. How am I with Scarlet Chorus? A teeny tiny bit of wrath with Scarlet Chorus. So I do slightly favor the disfavored. The Scarlet Chorus are annoyed by your words and actions. Disfavored pleads by your noble ways. Disfavored scouts praised your infiltration of the Bastard City, and you granted control of Lethian's Crossing to the disfavored. Alright, Vendrian Guard. You defeated a Vendrian Guard lieutenant, you killed a Vendrian Guard soldier ×9. Lovely. Verse. Verse was elated by your feisty, chaotic inclinations. Graven Ash. Related to disfavored reputation. Voices of Nerat. Alright. Understandable. Alright. This is really starting to feel a little bit more like a,
On it.
I don't know. This is starting to feel a little bit more like, faction... I don't know. An Agate. I might need that. The Archon demands all prisoners be given a chance to serve the chorus. That gutter spawn killed Drestus. There will be no mercy. The prisoner is from the Tarkus clan, and he is not just any oathbreaker, he is one of their leaders. Aurora signals to her men by dragging her hand across her neck. No mercy for those who foment rebellion. Find a post and string him up. If his wounds don't kill him, thirst, starvation, and infection will do the rest. All must be given a chance to find absolution in service to the Scarlet Chorus. The mage points a finger at the disfavored officer. And you know full well this has always been our way. He has a chance to be slave or soldier. Only then do we feed him to the pigs. I tire of this nonsense. You keep recruiting these oathbreakers, and you fail to inflict order when they defect. And we have to fight them all over again. I will not let another one of these south knobs come back to haunt us. Well, I insist this oathbreaker be taken to the voices of Nerat, leaving us at an impasse. Fortunately, we have a fatebinder here to settle the matter for us. The chanter turns to you, an expectant smile creeping across her face. So what say you? What should become of this prisoner? Now, according to my understanding, this is actually in accordance with the law. The chorus should be allowed its chance to recruit new warriors. If that is how you wish it, the prisoner will go to the Scarlet Chorus, but mark my words, treating these curs with kindness has been and continues to be a mistake. If it will calm your nerves, I assure you this one won't be put on the battlefield. The mage snaps her fingers loudly, gesturing for her gang to listen. Make sure the prisoner is taken straight to the voices of Nerat. Aurora gives you a solemn nod. Until next time, Fatebinder. I know you have important business in the valley. No point in keeping you. She snaps to a salute. For the glory of Kairos. All right, then. All right, I think I was accidentally nudging the view upwards. Let's see. Any more shenanigans? All right. Interesting. Mocking Blaze. Horde. All right. I think I like the Scarlet Chorus slightly more than I assumed I would when I was in character creation. They seem to have a lot of, or at least these elite Scarlet Chorus seem to have a, what's the term I'm looking for? They're very spunky. That's not the term I'm looking for, but it's suitable enough. All right. I do kind of want to talk to everyone, but I also don't want to. Horde, huh? I see. Where am I going? Queen Lycaeus Monument. Aurora, Cosma. Where am I going exactly? Not entirely sure. Am I supposed to go this way? Doesn't seem like it. Huh. What is that indicator? It is glowing, which implies to me that I'm supposed to go do something with her, go that direction. What is this? Oh, I see. Climb the rope. I see. No, that's not how I'm going to do this. I am not an athletic kind of individual. I don't know why it's glowing. Made me think I was supposed to go that way. I do not perceive where I'm supposed to go from here. How odd. Perhaps this is a gate. Alright. I did not fully comprehend that this was a gate. This makes sense. Alright. Okay, let's move. So this must be the Disfavored Guard, and this is the Scarlet Chorus Guard. I find it a little peculiar that we're maintaining two separate military forces. Alright, so we must move to the Disfavored camp. This fort was constructed shortly after routing rebels along the valley's western edge. The Archon, Graven Ash, directs all disfavored efforts from this location. Let's go. It will take you 2 hours, 45 minutes to complete your journey from Edgerine Ruins to Disfavored Camp. Let us proceed. Okay. Travel to the Disfavored Camp, proclaim Kairos' edict to the Archons. Oh dear. Is this the edict? Here it is. Right-click for details. The scroll contains the words of Kairos' edict you have been commanded to deliver. If Ascension Hall has not been taken by my forces before morning on the Day of Swords, all in the valley when this edict is passed will perish. Oh dear. Well, I guess, the Overlord is really going, for the everybody rocks fall, everyone dies ending here. Okay. I wonder if I did something to upset him. Oh dear. Take what you can carry and leave, but leave the cart, otherwise we seize you and yours. This is robbery. Hail, Fatebinder. The disfavored scout nods at your approach. Camp's on up ahead, don't mind us, just clearing out the rabble. I still don't understand what I've done to offend. I respect that these are now disfavored lands, and I'm happy to give the Legion a proper toll, but she's going about trading rights. What nonsense is that? I'm not allowed to trade one thing for another. It's not like I'm selling weapons to angry peasants or anything of the sort. The Overlord regulates all trade. If you lack the proper permits, your goods are forfeit. A trade permit? Well, how was I mean, to whom would I speak for such a thing? Not us, and not our problem. Maybe march your butt to Bastard City and plead your case before Tunon. But we'll lighten your burden and relieve you of your wares first. That should make the long trek a bit more bearable. Anything to be argued before Tunon may be argued before me. What's there to discuss? We should kill this mongrel, and the warrior pauses, placing her hand in front of her mouth. If the Fatebinder wishes to weigh in on the matter, courtesy demands we listen. The soldier clears her throat, looking at you expectantly. This is a disfavored matter, but I know the agents of the court do so love to throw their judgments around. Well, you could rob me now and have my supplies today, the merchant grabs a flask from his cart, or you can leave me alive and have fermented honey all year long. I even know a few family recipes for painkillers and healing drafts. Certainly any army will need those. He uncorks a small ceramic vial in the aroma of cloves, and lanolin assaults your nose. Lawbreaker, subterfuge. I do have high lore. What a coincidence. Your family recipe for wound paste smells just like the Scarlet Fury's own concoction. Where'd you steal this? I don't... The merchant tenses up, his face flushing red. I don't know what you're getting at. I think this tearsman needs a little roughing up. Slow down, I'll tell you everything, just don't hurt me. I found most everything out in the forests of the valley. I'd keep my head low when I heard sounds of combat, then I'd take a look and grab whatever wasn't claimed by the first victors. So then you stole from the disfavored dead. How else did you get your hands on that iron? The scout points to the merchant's cart. You would come here and sell us our own armaments? If anything has an owner, I will return it, but this iron would have turned up rust if left in mud on the battlefield. The disfavored are few in number. Is that not right? You need a man like me to gather up supplies that would otherwise go to waste. All right. Questions. The disfavored will tolerate your presence, but you will pay them handsomely for such charity. We will, the disfavored soldier clears her throat with a cough before repeating herself in a more upbeat manner. We will, it sickens me to make exceptions for this vulture, but if you'll supply the disfavored without profit, perhaps this indiscretion is for the best. It's not like our larders are overflowing. A work slave to scrounge provisions will be an asset. Thank you for interceding on my behalf. I know my life will now depend on showing the disfavored due gratitude for suffering my presence. If I must grovel a bit to earn my daily grain, so be it. I don't want to be too out of character for what I am. It would make the underlings suspicious. And the last thing I'd like is a dagger in the back, or a reputation for being too soft in a place like this. That's my rationale for that decision. Slow down a moment. I know we're both eager to watch the Archons bicker over tactics like a pair of magpies, but I need to ask you something first. What's that? The voices of Nerat told me that you've come as a mediator. Considering the source, well, I can't help but feel I'm only hearing half the story, so let's have it out. What's so special about you? I can lie, I suppose. What else has the voices of Nerat told you? Only that I could find you in Edgerine Ruins. Truthfully, I could have picked you out of a crowd. You're the only one of us who hasn't spent the last few months bathing in the stink of the Matani River. She laughs, but there's a forced nature to it. I feel the urge to be honest, even though I do have a lore reason. I'm here to deliver an edict from Kairos. That makes a crazy kind of sense, considering how long the siege has taxed the armies. I can understand why Kairos would send you with an edict to speed things along. Have you read it? Do you know what it says? That is not for you to know. If you're telling the truth, I suppose I'll hear about it soon enough anyway. She nods to herself. Enough of this, I must meet with the Archons. Hey, don't let me hold you back. I'm sure whatever you're here to do is important enough that you don't need me stepping in your path. The war tent is just past the center of camp. One last thing, be careful around these disfavored types. They take their work seriously, and most have suffered too many blows to the head. Alright, this seems to be the direction I need to be going in. Who do we have here? Step closer and present yourself. The gate guard holds up a warning hand. Go no farther, you approach disfavored ground. State your business. I am Darian Blackwell, Fatebinder of Tunon. I bring words from Kairos, words for your commander's ears. Glare silently. I understand why this is apparently a meme among people who have played Tyranny. Nevertheless, I feel like I should be the type who declares himself. I'm only inclined to glare silently if people try my patience. Ah, so you're the fire starter. Sevius and the companies returning from the burning library are telling some harrowing stories about Kairos' Edict of Fire. I think myself brave, but I'm happy to have been far away from it all. Must have been a terrifying honor to be the messenger of such righteous force. Go on in, the soldier gestures toward the gate. The Archons are expecting you. You'll find them in the war tent, center of camp. Oh my. Oh my. Center of the camp, eh? The option for just plain declaring yourself, or the option to glare silently? Glare silently, yes.
See that?
I think something must have been interrupted by the fact that we're changing locations.
That's 4 reports of avalanches in the mountains now. The Tearsmen can barely count past 9. They have neither the capacity nor the cause to close off the mountain passes. Either way, that leaves the 2nd and 4th cohort trapped outside the valley.
The Archon of War pounds his staff on the ground to punctuate his words. A large and imposing man to begin with, his profile is made larger still by his hulking suit of armor that hums with mystic energy.
Or it's the work of your perfidious Earthshakers. Only a fool would not suspect a traitorous Archon of poisoning the mind of his students with sedition. We would have killed the Earthshakers Guild for their master's treachery, but I'm sure you have some perfectly valid reason for allowing them to live as your pawns.
The Archon of Secrets passes a scepter between his hands as he speaks, whirling the rod in hypnotic circles. What is this? You hear the voices in your head. Well, hello there, Fatebinder. We'll be with you in just a moment. Oh, I see. Emerald luminescence seeps from the seams of the Archon's ragged red robes. The glow is most noticeable where his neck ought to be. His mask seems to float and spin, never pivoting or bending naturally.
Hey, watch yourself. When these two get going, you don't want to get between them.
Glare silently. I will remain silent for a moment. I'm just going to glare until they notice me. Actually, you know what? Clear your throat sounds better.
I always know you've run out of things to say when you resort to mocking my vassals. If we are to speak of treachery, why is it that my scouts see the Scarlet Chorus warriors defecting back to the Vendrian Guard? Your fearsome reputation has gone flaccid, for it seems you cannot control your soldiers, or perhaps you simply choose not to.
Glare silently. My lords, the Fatebinder has arrived. The disfavored commander raises her voice, trying with little success to speak over the Archons. Perhaps we could table this discussion and let our guest speak.
Speaking of strategic failures, who was it that insisted the valley would need only a token garrison? For some strange reason, we can't seem to recall which balding halfwit grossly underestimated the enemy. Thoughts?
I have reached the point where I think I fully understand why the Overlord has written his edict the way he has. Because if these two bickering in this manner is what is delaying his final victory, or her final victory, I don't actually... I think someone tried to tell me that the Overlord is a woman, but I don't actually know. So, if these two bickering are what is delaying final victory, I think I more fully understand why the Overlord wrote the edict in the way it is written. Oh, you two, fix your crap and conquer this dang thing, or everybody dies. Rocks fall, everyone dies. Done. Oh, dear. Cough audibly.
And I thought you had left agents within these Tearsmen when they surrendered. Either you failed to see this coming, or you knew and let it happen. Incompetent or in cahoots, either way, this mess has your filthy stink all over it.
The Archon of War lurches forward, resting his weight on his war maul as blue luminescence crackles around his armor.
We look forward to seeing you explain to Tunon why the Archon of War could not close the vice on this trivial little insurgency. When we are crowned the ruler of the Tears, we shall have this place renamed to Ash's Folly in your honor.
The Voices of Nerat tosses his scepter into the air, catching it as it descends back down. Good, good. Now pay attention. You might miss something.
If I could trust the information I get from you and your conscripted mouth breathers, perhaps I'd order my cohorts around a bit more aggressively. But last time I trusted your all-clear report, my troops failed to come home.
Oh, Ash, old boy. If you're going to have a little sob every time one of your nieces or nephews dies to the Tearsmen, perhaps we should have Siren sing you some calming lullabies to help you cope with your grief.
We should know about Siren at this point, the Archon of Song, and the youngest Archon sent to conquer the Tears. Young and inexperienced, Siren is sworn to the Voices of Nerat, who uses her powers to charm and manipulation to swell the ranks of the Scarlet Chorus with volunteers. The Archon flips his scepter 3 times around. Take care that you don't learn too much, Fatebinder. An excess of knowledge, of curiosity even, can earn unwanted attention. Hold your tongue! I will not have you denigrate the honor of our fallen brethren. The commander's hand moves to the hilt of her blade, though the weapon stays sheathed. I'd be doing us all a favor if I cracked open that excuse for a head. They bicker like children, do they not? The fifth eye's grating tenor pierces the tension in the tent, and all eyes land on the crimson spear. I meant only to say welcome. Welcome to our guest, the Fatebinder. The armored retainer bows with rushed inelegance, then rises to a salute, and not a moment too soon. The Governor Darian Blackwell, long have we been honored by your iron. Now we are honored by your presence. I must apologize for my lord's tempers run high of late. Breaking Overlord ruled 17. When I employ people as advisors, I will occasionally listen to their advice. Oh dear. Well, I am a diplomat, so perhaps I should. Bow and salute each Archon.
The fire starter has arrived. Welcome!
I have gained favor
Our
with
agents tell us
everybody.
such lovely stories of what you did at the Vellum Citadel. Have you come bearing another fragment of Kairos' wrath in tow?
Yes, I am the fire starter. Oh boy.
We were worried you'd never make it. So glad that Drostus' demise didn't cause further delay.
The Archon of Secrets turns his attention to you. The frozen rictus fashioned into his bronze mask greets you with a permanent smile. How did you know about Drastus? I only just came from Edgerine Ruin. The Archon of Secrets chuckles softly, saying nothing.
The Voices of Nerat has all manner of eyes and ears. It's safer than not to assume he's listening.
I come bearing an edict of Kairos.
Once again, you bring us support in a time of need. We fondly remember your service to the Chorus in the taking of the Bastard City. We knew back then you were destined for great things. But we had not anticipated you would be twice honored with the task of proclamation. So, do not keep us waiting. What is the Overlord's will?
The Overlord's loyal servants must hold Ascension Hall by Kairos' Day of Swords, or all in the valley shall perish. Interesting. The earth sways with each word you utter, the air thickening with warmth as you pronounce the tersely phrased commandment. Its every syllable drafted by the hand of Kairos. With the edict proclaimed, your pulse quickens and the muscles in your legs, worn from a long trip down the mountains, feel renewed, the tired limbs now nearly buoyant with vigor. Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
The Overlord means to compel us into action. No doubt the avalanches in the mountains are part of this ultimatum. We must conquer the Oathbreakers or die in failure. There is no room for error, and no other way out of this valley alive. We'll need to advance across the Mittani. We lose everything if we stand still, and we move to back up Plan Green. The Earthshakers didn't make it over the mountain in time, so we do this the hard way. Over the walls instead of through.
The Archon of War taps a finger against his temple. A low rumble escapes from under his beard.
So, you found your backbone at last! Oh, we were worried past humiliations would make you soft, timid. That was a record for you, right? The baker's dozen lost in one sortie. If you had waited for the chorus reinforcements, maybe we'd have eyes and ears on the matter.
Watch him squirm, so many tears over replaceable, expendable, useless soldiers. I miss the old Archon of War. You'd never see Blood Echo in a blubbering mess over a few dead killers. He'd used the knuckle bones of his best disciples for jewelry, and even made a breastplate out of his dead brother's ribcage, because that's how a real man deals with grief. That's how a real man deals with grief. Oh, goodness. Well then. Subterfuge 20. I do not know what this will result in. But it really, This feels like a dangerous line to say, but we're all going to die anyway if we don't say it.
I second the Fatebinder. Thought you had the memories of one of those Oathbreakers rattling about that bronze gourd of yours. Would Kairos' mighty spy master please enlighten this gathering of allies with some scrap of strategic insight?
The Archon of Secrets turns his head to the side until the face of his mask is turned around and a new facet of the mask presents itself as facing forward. When next the Archon speaks, the trembling voice of a younger man can be heard.
Our river was to be the bulwark, but with the Tidecasters slain, what hope remains? It's so cold in here. Help me, please.
The Archon turns his head far to the side until the previous facet of his mask now looks forward. The use of the term Our River suggests this is the voice of the late Matani Janev, ranking member of the Vendrian Guard. The wealthy House Matani owned much of the realm of Apex before the coming of Kairos, and the major river in the valley bears the Matani name. Well then.
Our sources tell us the Oathbreakers had some sort of magical trick in store. But this knowledge is tinged with fear, trepidation. If we make a move for the Matani, we suspect the Oathbreakers will mount a counterattack that is equal parts valiant and futile.
Then enough talking, there's work to be done. My lord, Barik and his band have been drilled on the Echo Call assault plan. The Crescent Runners should be briefing him as we speak. Regarding the latest enemy movements along the river, I will dispatch him at once. The Iron Marshal salutes, clapping her gauntlet to her breastplate. Barik, huh? You know him only by name. Barik is a commander of the Stone Shields and well regarded by the disfavored High Command. And I will ensure the chorus stands ready to march. If the disfavored can take the river, the chorus has the manpower to secure the outer ring of the valley.
Our soldiers clamor for battle, and at last we shall have it. Verse, we command you to continue guarding the Fatebinder. Tunan's Chosen is our honored guest, and must be shown our finest hospitality.
I won't let you down, boss. He'll get through the campaign in one piece. As long as he doesn't do anything too stupid.
The Archon twirls his scepter one last time, then taps the fifth eye on the shoulder, and the two depart. Suit yourself, Fatebinder, the more you ignore us. Oh, I see. What is that supposed to mean? I'm going to have to examine my reputation, or my...
Finally, the fool and his puppet are gone. Perhaps now I can hear myself think. Rarely do I question Kairos' judgment, but I will never understand why the voices of Nerat is given such authority. I shudder to think what will become of us all should Tunon favor him in the end.
Voices of Nerat is equal parts genius and madman. Rumors abound that he can steal the minds of others, though few, if any, are alive to confirm as much. The subjects of his interrogation are never heard from again, and the Archon is able to recall the memories of his victims with startling accuracy. He is the inconsistent leader of the Scarlet Chorus, vacillating between commanding from the vanguard and directing his armies in absentia. Despite his strange methods, no one doubts that the Voices of Nerat is an accomplished strategist, even suggesting that his madness stems from thinking hundreds, perhaps thousands of steps ahead of his enemies.
Though the edict threatens the Scarlet Chorus just as it threatens us, I cannot shake the feeling that our allies will work against us. You've shown your worth in war, and your name has been known to the Legion since the very beginning of this long conquest. So I'd ask that you join us this one last time, to help us wrap up this last objective. If you wish to be counted amongst the glorious, speak with the Iron Marshal. She will direct the order of battle until we are ready for the final push into the Citadel.
I'm short a few scouts, short a few soldiers, short a few everything. I'm sure my brethren would be grateful for the assistance of a skilled outsider. And what of the Scarlet Chorus? How will they be helping?
I ask myself that question often. While we take the river crossing, the Scarlet Chorus should be using their sizable presence to remove the Oathbreaker patrols lurking in the outer valley.
The Oathbreakers have maintained a sizable force outside the Citadel. We need the Chorus manpower to scour the region, otherwise the Oathbreakers will attack at our heels once we cross the Matani. Glare silently. I'll help again, why not? The Iron Marshal salutes Graven Ash, then turns to leave the tent. I will be at the training ground, readying the soldiers. Find me there when you are ready. She pauses, clearing her throat. And though I am loath to mention it, the Chorus can likely use your assistance. They certainly won't secure the Outer Valley on their own. Fifth Eye will be somewhere in that rat's nest they call a camp due east. Seek him out if you must. Interesting. Talk to him at any time by selecting interesting, alright. Really? Edict of Execution. Ah, so everyone gets +1 resolve for knowing about the Edict of Execution. Alright, well then. Ah, here we go. How did you do that? Do what? Back in the Archon's war tent, you cast an edict as casually as reading a supply shipment. How did you do that? Well, I've done it before. You cast the Edict of Fire on the Vellum Citadel. I heard about it. How Kairos' anger raised a volcano from under the Sage's own fortress. That was some impressive work. Indeed. Well, call me impressed. Considering that you've read the words of Kairos more than once, I'm surprised that you're even alive to tell of it. Your vocal cords should have turned to ash by now. I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable, it's just worth recognizing that what you've done. Not only are you Tunon's Fatebinder, you're the mouthpiece of the Overlord. Gives me plenty of reason to stick around. You're going places, and I want to see where they lead. If you say so, I have some questions about you. We can duel? That's funny. Are you a spy for the voices of Nerat? Verse regards you with an unreadable expression. Her mismatched eyes look at each of yours in turn. I mean, does it even matter? You have to decide for yourself whether or not I'm worth trusting. Is keeping me along worth the risk that I'll spill the occasional word about what you ate for breakfast? Oh, I don't have a high enough reputation, eh? Tell me about your time with the Scarlet Chorus.
The Scarlet Chorus is mostly for madmen and peasants with rusty daggers, but it's also a little niche of freedom that I never had. Once I survived training and met my Scarlet Fury sisters, I saw a different side of the Howling Mob.
Who are your sisters? Who were they would be more appropriate. 3 Whispers, Red Geyser, and Seeking Sheath, best fighters I ever met. There wasn't a foe we couldn't take down together. Our fighting styles complemented perfectly, so we divided up the killing work like bards sharing a song, at least we used to. She presents a solemn salute. What happened to them? We were scouting around Vendrian's Wall well during the siege, back when we only suspected the Guard of organizing in secret. My sisters and I came upon a group of them, or Kairos knows. Maybe they found us, no one said anything. We drew iron and bronze. That was when everything went wrong. I was supposed to take point and occupy the Guard with a dance of bladework, something disorienting, while my sisters picked their marks. I hesitated. I lost my nerve. Instead of rushing the Oathbreakers, I froze with my weapon drawn. My sisters fought on without me, but they were off balance, like whatever I had was catching. They died, I lived. My sisters were relying on me to lead the dance, and I failed them. You have gained loyalty with Verse. I tell her that her actions are inexcusable, and that gives me loyalty with her. This really is opposite, like, whatever you would normally say in a rational society, say the opposite here, and it works better. You're absolutely right. If I had witnessed the same in one of my sisters, I might have even killed her for endangering the rest of us. Good thing for me that they didn't get the chance, she chuckles, but there's no humor in it. Hesitation is a rot. It's unbecoming of any chorus member, and unheard of in a Scarlet Fury. I would cut it from my body and cauterize the wound if only I knew its source. She grimaces once more and turns inward, contemplating. Any thoughts on the topic, or are we just here to open old wounds? I had more questions about your sisters. Tell me about Three Whispers. She was as calm as the surface of a pond and light on her feet. More than one foe tripped and fell on their own blade, due to Whisper's crafty footwork. Reverse psychology works, man, Caleb telling me. Indeed. Tell me about Red Geyser, a one-woman siege breaker. She would launch herself at her foes like a battering ram. Not even disfavored phalanx could have withstood that dumb, suicidal wench. Kairos' eyes, but she was something to behold. Verse slams her fist into her palm. Tell me about Seeking Sheath. That girl could pass a spear through 12 rings from the far side of a battlefield. Kairos helped any foes who approached her marching single file. She made a game of splitting as many soldiers as possible on the same javelin.
What do you need to know?
Tell me about your training.
For new recruits shoved to the front lines, training means surviving the first battle. Anything beyond that is for the fighters who show potential, whether as blade dancers or arcane madmen. There's nothing in the world like getting put through the paces as a Scarlet Fury. Every day is a test of your commitment and passion. Failure means death. The first few weeks were the hardest, but also the most rewarding. I earned my name, picked up some quality weapons, and met my sisters.
Tell me about the Scarlet Furies.
The elite fighters of the Scarlet Chorus. Your typical Horde recruit fights with a rusty spoon and a chip on his shoulder, but the Scarlet Furies are, well, different. We focus our madness. We coordinate, we kill, we dance. It's like art. Imagine a sculpture that twisted in weird, beautiful angles, and then gutted you too fast for you to realize what was happening.
Sounds wonderful.
It is, as I remind myself all the time. The most important day of my life was when the voices of Nerat recognized my potential and sent me to Scarlet Fury training.
You earned your name. If you think a simple farmer from the Tiers would name her child Verse, I suggest you visit my old village. Most of them were walking around with surnames like Barrel or Fish. Not the most creative bunch. She smirks and shakes her head. The chorus takes your name away. Whoever you were before, you aren't that person anymore. Then you earn back a name through great deeds, usually murderous ones. That's why you see choirmen walking around with names like Stinkmouse or Face First. There's probably a good reason for it. The voices of Nerat gave me this name. When the Scarlet Chorus runs howling into battle, he doesn't hear war. He hears a symphony. And when I fight with blade or bow, he told me that my music stands out louder than anyone else's and contains too many parts to be easily defined. When you least expect it, the Archon of Secrets can be downright charming. Tell me about your weapon skills. When I was just a kid, it didn't take me long to realize I was a natural. I could pick up a rusty kitchen knife and skewer a rat from across the room. The Scarlet Chorus gave me opportunities to further educate myself. My sisters were always a bit surprised by how quickly I took to different fighting styles. She frowns for a moment and then shakes off whatever she wanted to say.
What do you need to know?
Before you hesitate when you brought up your fighting styles, why? Notice that, did you? It's a matter I'm not used to discussing, mostly because I don't know how. I mentioned before that I'm good at picking up different weapons and fighting techniques. The truth is, I'm better than good. I could flay a man so cleanly that I'd leave a single strip of skin behind. He wouldn't even need to be tied down. That was one of the first things I discovered about myself after joining the Scarlet Chorus. The voices of Nerat recognized it in me as well, which is why he singled me out for Scarlet Fury training. Go on. My sisters were the masters of their fighting forms, but since they died, my style has changed, almost like I can kill as they did. I could pick up a bow, a lance, anything really. I could tear someone to pieces with a weapon that I only watched my sisters use. I don't know what it could mean, and that worries me. Who are the Scarlet Chorus leaders? Well, the Voices of Nerat is the spider at the center of the web. He acts like the army belongs to him, and he only lends it to Kairos because it suits his purposes, both of which are true. The rest are all offshoots of the Voices, like the Fifth Eve, the Fifth Eye. Once you get down to the rank and file, and Scarlet Chorus organizes around a motley bunch of gang bosses who call the shots. What do you want to know? Tell me about the Voices of Nerat. He's a madman, but that never stopped me from following his orders, even in a legion as cutthroat as the Chorus. You know better than to get on the Voice's bad side. People who cross him, or just people he meets, don't tend to survive the experience. If he ever seems disorganized or lost, it's because he's channeling one of the personalities he's devoured over the years. His mannerisms shift over to someone else, someone who's probably long since dead. Better to die than become part of the Voices. Through powers you can't begin to understand, the Voices of Nerat steals the minds and knowledge of his victims. You know that this happened often during the campaign against the Tears. What he gains from this ability beyond his apparent madness is anyone's guess. You know better than to ask him about it directly. What makes the Voices of Nerat so powerful? He's the Archon of Secrets, and he didn't earn that title lightly. People say that he knows more than every sage in the Tears combined, and that he can think 1,000 steps ahead of the other Archons. It would be putting it lightly to say he's never alone under that disapproving helmet of his. If you make secrets your business, I guess having people constantly whisper in your ear is a good thing. I usually want people to shut up, but to each their own. Tell me about the Fifth Eye. A walking nightmare, that one. I couldn't begin to guess who lives under that armor and speaks with that reedy voice, but I'll tell you what I know. When your world is built on secrets, it pays to have a few extra eyes. The Voices of Nerat has eyes in abundance, some that he keeps close and others that he sends out in the wilderness. Whoever the Fifth Eye was before he came into the Archon's service, now he's just a half-mad, jabbering speech hole, a bodily function. In other words, an eye. How many eyes does the Archon of Secrets have? The number keeps changing, either because it grows or because rumors don't mean shit. 3, 7, 19, some even say that all of us are eyes and we don't even know it. She shakes her head in thoughtful disapproval. It's one of those questions that drives you mad if you allow yourself to think about it for too long. Hey, you could be one of Tunon's eyes, but bet you never thought of that. Tunon is my character's boss. Alright, back to my other questions. Tell me about the gang bosses. A boss is anyone who can rally enough support to kill the previous boss. They cling to command until someone gets wise and stabs them in the back. Tipcap leads the Filthy Lambs, Lox leads the Rusted Harps. Sharp used to lead the Bone Boys. Couldn't say where he ended up after they broke his legs. Waterwheel orders around the Hairy Hunters. Halls for Shit leads the Lazy Malkins. Then Scurvy Queen, Finger Food, and Wild Gash collectively lead the Ladies of Perpetual Strangulation. I'm sorry. I just need to stop and pause at the name Ladies of Perpetual Strangulation. This game is a trip. I'm forgetting at least a dozen more. I've even led a gang or two in my day. They never survived very long, so no point in getting attached. You led a gang. Don't act so surprised. I can crack a whip better than any of those daisies at the disfavored labor camps. But I was never that interested in the power struggle of those grunts and scabs in the middle. I wanted to stay on the top of like an apex predator. Here I am. So when I got tired of a gang, I disbanded and let the other bosses fight over the new recruits. That much amused me, at least. Some of my old mates are still alive and hanging around wherever they ended up. Back to my questions about the Scarlet Chorus.
What do you need to know?
How is it that you picked up your fallen sister's weapon skills? That's been on my mind for some time, and I still don't have an explanation that fits. I have a few ideas, but... Scarlet Furies share a sort of link. It's how we coordinate our dance in the heat of battle. We don't pass messages or anything, but our emotions and intentions sync up without words. She starts worrying one of her knives. After a moment, she sighs and slaps the blade back into its sheath. No. Perpetual strangulation does not sound like a Slaanesh thing. If it, then again, who knows? Sounds more like a Korn thing if you're going 40k. Oh dear. Then again, Korn would probably be more direct, I don't know. The one thing I always knew was that I felt this connection more keenly than my sisters did. I could pick up nuances that they missed, and I could feel them from farther away. When my sisters died, I felt each of them getting yanked out of my brain like someone pulling snails from a garden, but some of their slime residue was still there. Does that make any sense? Your sisters live on in you. Your optimism is cute, fair Fatebinder, if singularly useless. It won't bring my sisters back, and it doesn't fix this thing in my head that I don't understand, so I... weird. No matter how you paint it, some part of my sisters broke off in me when they died, and now I'm left to deal with it. Just another day in the tears, right?
Do you now? You already know that I memorized the moves of my Scarlet Fury sisters. If it seems like a total mystery to me, I don't know how you could have arrived at any conclusions, but I'm
Your
open to
talent
ideas.
reminds me of the voices of Nerat.
I hope I didn't hear you say that, Fatebinder, because the implication is more than either of us is prepared to handle. The voices of Nerat is a monster. We both know that Tyranny has never seen a creature more despicable than him. Never mind that he's kind of my boss.
Hell of a thing to say about your boss. Tell me about... I'm not comparing you to the voices, only this talent you exhibit.
My little talent that latches onto my friends and bleeds them dry, you mean? Because I never asked for it.
I never asked for
I've
this!
traveled with the chorus for years. I've seen what the voices can do, and it scares me, all right? The idea that everything I am could be reduced to that. If I had that kind of power, if I could become like him, I don't know how I could live with myself. I'd rather drown myself in a camp latrine.
Why such an aversion?
Because the voices isn't... I mean, can you even call him human anymore? Everything I am has led me to this point. I joined the chorus, fought to survive, grew stronger than I ever knew I could be. I never needed to steal anything that made me, me. I don't want to be better by being someone else. The Voices is stronger than anyone and terrifying enough to lead the chorus, but he's also an overgrown parasite. And someday he'll stuff himself so full of voices that he'll burst.
You don't have to become like him, just be selective.
I'm sure he had the same idea when he got started. But you know what they say about power? It's usually wielded by assholes.
Wow, that's a line. You know what they say about power, it's usually wielded by assholes.
My sisters died. Oh, you should have seen us. We were amazing together. I didn't mean to take away what made them special, but I did it all the same. And let me tell you, it felt terrible. If I lived a century, I might never figure out how to make that happen again. And more importantly, I don't want to.
What are your thoughts on the disfavored? A warren of self-entitled children so wound up in delusions of honor, they're likely to hang themselves by their own high standards. I wish they had stayed in the Northern Empire where they belonged. Then we could get some real work done in the tiers. What do you think of their leader, Graven Ash? I've seen enough of that high-minded braggart to know that he's all duty. Nothing but a charismatic, broad-shouldered scarecrow. He calls himself the Archon of War, though by the way he stalls his forces waiting for a better strategy to present itself, you would think he was afraid of battle. You would think that someone more deserving would take Ash's mantle from him, but the disfavored have this cult of personality built around their great general. In their eyes, he can do no wrong. What about Ash's connection to his troops? Graven Ash protects. His soldiers keep harping on those words like they mean something. I don't deny that the disfavored can take a few extra lumps on the battlefield, but that only speaks to their thick-headedness. If anything, it's only true because his soldiers place that much trust in it. I've seen the power of suggestion do stranger things to people. Stranger than heal battlefield wounds. Could that be possible? We're talking about a man who's centuries old and wears glowing armor. You tell me. Who would you see take Ash's place? I would rather let the disfavored sort it out among themselves. Graven Ash is this aging figurehead of what should be a constantly changing role. The right soldier needs to grow a pair and kill the old man, kick his cane out from under him, remind the Legion what strength looks like. The Voices of Nerot changes, he's a multifaceted gem, and the Scarlet Chorus is a reflection of that beauty. If someone could rise up and strike down the Voices, any of us would follow them in a heartbeat. I feel like that line is foreshadowing. I don't know that this will happen, but I am guessing that I can arrange things for Verse to kill the Voices and take over. Though, if she does, I have a sneaky suspicion she'll wind up becoming a new Voices. Good job on Evil Overlord Rule 32. Before appointing someone as my trusted lieutenant, I will conduct a thorough background investigation and security clearance. Lovely. I suppose you have a better idea on how to handle the disfavored forces. Of course I do. First I'd stop babying the troops. Pain is a lesson best learned early. I'd conscript from the locals to bolster the front lines, because why waste your elite on the vanguard? Then I'd leave any misplaced ethics back in the Northern Empire. They're not helping Kairos' campaign anyway. So fuck them. You would make them more like the Scarlet Chorus, eh? Would that be so wrong? The Chorus is accountable for itself in ways that the disfavored aren't. Our weak die, and the strong fight to keep their rank. The disfavored promote their waning bloodline and discipline any soldier with the audacity to show their teeth, though they'd never admit it. The disfavored need the Chorus to show them the way. Do you think that disfavored have a chance to succeed in the tiers? Speaking as one of the exceptions, most of the tiersmen are pushovers. The people of Stalwart seem capable enough, though I have my doubts. You might call them the Disfavored's best challenge. Even if they succeeded, it might be too late to redeem themselves. The Chorus have already impacted the Conquest more than the Disfavored have, or likely ever will. What are your thoughts on their battle strategies? They've really got something with that phalanx maneuver, a formation built on holding still, moving forward slowly, and hoping that no one slips in the mud. At best, the Disfavored are tired of using the same tactic over and over again. At worst, the enemy knows what to expect out of them. Scarlet Furies are dancers. We hear the music of battle and organize ourselves into works of killing art. Every fight is as hot and passionate as the last, with no room for stale routine. All right, we'll talk about something else. What do you think of those who defy Kairos' authority? The Tearsmen can either fight or submit to Kairos' peace, and only one of those options captures my interest. I suppose I appreciate when they go down fighting. If they did otherwise, I would need to find another excuse to flay them. They need to understand, whether we unify the Tears under a shared banner or at the bottom of a mass grave makes little difference to you, me, or Kairos. That's an interesting view of the Conquest. It's a pragmatic one, anyway. The Scarlet Chorus caught on to the idea of the beginning of the campaign. At the beginning of the campaign, if no one objects that we're here to carve a bloody path for gain and amusement, then by all accounts that is our purpose. Besides, unification is such a vague concept that Kairos allows the Disfavored and the Chorus to interpret it as they will. The Overlord is concerned with results. I'm happy to focus on the details, especially if that means cutting off a farmer's legs while his family watches their land burn. She smiles at a pleasing memory. I was originally calling her spunky, but it's starting to sound like she's a little too spunky. I kind of feel like I shouldn't get too chummy with them. Bam. You've gained fear with... What is reputation ability? You've gained enough of reputation to unlock a new ability. Interesting. If you understood how a Scarlet Fury makes art out of death, you might not think so. Keep an open mind, you might enjoy the things I show you. Your words don't faze her in the slightest. She only nods, a suspicion confirmed. I see. Did you fight in any notable battles? I spent some time in Asia towards the end of the war. Beastmen ripped my unit apart. We thought they might be working under Cairn's orders, but we never found out for sure. Let's change the subject.
What did you have in mind?
What do you think of our present circumstances? Well, there's an edict hanging over our heads. As far as I'm concerned, the incompetence of the Disfavored got us into this mess, and it will take the fury of the Scarlet Chorus to get us out of it. In other words, nothing ever changes.
Go ahead, Fatebinder.
We'll talk again later. So, I gained a... Let's see what I actually have. Companion, I have... Interesting. Loyalty and Fear. Yori's Rage. Party members, Darian, Blackwell, and Verse. One per rest. Project intense flames towards Verse, which she catches on her blades and spins into an aura of wreathing flames around her. Nearby foes take burn damage. Interesting. And what would I get from Loyalty? Launch Verse into the air, allowing her to unleash a series of well-aimed arrows into the target from above. Interesting. Truth be told, considering... all things considered, this is very interesting. I'm intrigued that you unlock combo attacks based on your relationship with your subordinates. Loyalty history. Verse was elated by your feisty chaotic inclinations ×6. Verse was pleased by your feisty chaotic inclinations. Verse was appalled by your orderly, honorable ways times 4. Verse was disappointed by your orderly, honorable ways. Verse was disappointed by your orderly, honorable ways. I think that should have gone an X2 kind of thing. Strange. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's take a look at this. Scarlet Chorus. Voices of Nerat reputation changed. Factions linked to him. Voices of Nerat reputation. As the Scarlet Chorus requested, you met with the Vellum Citadel sages and gave them time to prepare before proclaiming Kairos' edict of fire. The Voices of Nerat reputation changed. The Scarlet Chorus were impressed by your feisty attitude. Voices of Nerat reputation changed. Scarlet Chorus were annoyed by your words and actions. Disfavored. The disfavored were appreciative of your honorable ways. Graven Ash reputation changed. Graven Ash reputation changed. You granted control of Lethian's crossing to the disfavored. The disfavored were dismayed by your barbarous ways. The disfavored were pleased by your noble ways. Interesting. Overlord Rule 47. I will classify my lieutenants in 3 categories: untrusted, trusted, and completely trusted. Promotion to the 3rd category will be awarded posthumously. The disfavored were insulted by your barbaric ways. You defeated Vendrian Guard Lieutenant. Crossing. The people of Lethian's Crossing were pleased by your words and actions. Okay. Graven Ash. Oh, I see. Interesting. Very interesting how paradoxical this is. Interesting. Graven Ash was pleased with your honorable words and actions. That's strange. I don't remember doing that. I don't remember doing the mind wipe thing. You granted control of Lethian's Crossing to the disfavored reputation. And Voices of Nerat, you aided the Scarlet Chorus in taking control of the Bastard City. Voices of Nerat was elated by your violent, subversive words and actions. Scarlet Chorus reputation changed. Yes, we gave them time to evacuate before the Edict of Fire. The Voices of Nerat is rarely criticized to its faces. Alright, what do I got here? Quests, taking the Outer Valley. Echo Call Crossing must be taken before Kairos' forces can press their attack on the Vendrian's Well Citadel. Alright. It's probably time to leave, then. Unless I want to chat with him more, but I think we have more pressing matters. Lots of lore, lots of lore. I have a feeling I'm going to need a lot of lore. Also, I have a feeling I should be getting another companion. Where am I supposed to go to get that companion? Who is he? Bitter Quip? Must be a Scarlet, Severus. It sounds like the Scarlet Chorus minions are just named Horde, and the disfavored minions are termed something else. Not entirely sure what to make of it. Marcus and Lucia. Perhaps I should talk to them. I am Lucia. This is Marcus. The disfavored soldier points to the more armored man next to her. And you must be the Fatebinder. From under her helmet, you hear an audible scoff. We've been assigned to your hospitality, Marcus quickly interjects, while you remain on disfavored ground. If you should need a place to rest, we can make the necessary preparations. What can we do for you? Tell me about yourself. Not sure there's much to tell you. I trained at Fort Resolution. This is my first campaign, and I'm proud to be with the Legion. I was wounded at the Gates of Judgment, but Graven Ash's protection mended me good. I owe my life to him. Interesting. Are you bragging that you let your guard down and took a spear to the gut? You really shouldn't boast about a filthy tearsman besting you in battle, Lucia rolls her eyes. You're just bitter that Lord Ash never seems to notice you. In all seriousness, I would take that spear again if it brought honor to the disfavored. Kairos knows we could use it. We are the elite fighters of the Northern Army, but somehow we still lack the Overlord's confidence. He shakes his head and sighs. Tell me about yourself, Lucia. I do this. She unenthusiastically lifts up her heavy shield, and I do this. She mockingly stabs at the air with her spear. Lucia shrugs. Plain host is not my strong suit. Ignore my sarcasm. I've seen the Legion through my share of the campaign. After so much bloodshed, our pretenses of honor can wear me down. She turns a cautious eye your way. The North is my home, and I consider each and every one of the ironclad bastards in this camp to be family. You won't find another army where each member of the Phalanx is as beloved and cherished as the next. You seem handy with a weapon, Lucia. Aye, and if you ever want some pointers on how to use that weapon of yours, just let me know, she winks. Lucia, are you flirting with Tunon's Fatebinder? Relax, Marcus, there are plenty of camp slaves if I ever need to scratch an itch. Although, through the visors of her helm, you notice Lucia's eyes roving up and down your body. If you ever need someone to warm your bedroll, let me know. I sleep in my armor, hope you don't mind. Well then. I'm sorry, I just feel an urge to note the people complaining about Baldur's Gate 3 and the romancing quest lines, and here we have this line, in a game from 2016, that no one noticed. How have your skills fared in battle against the Oathbreakers, Marcus? Every battle is a reminder of the Legion's superiority. The Oathbreakers have plenty of heart, but nothing to beat our northern values and Graven Ash's love. If you ever want to enjoy that feeling, I can spare you the time of day to cross iron. What's it like serving with the disfavored? In spite of our name, the Legion commands more honor than any military on the face of Terratus. Unlike the Chorus, there is tradition, discipline, teamwork, and unity of purpose. Marcus looks out across the camp. There aren't many of us, but it's better that way. We're a tightly knit family, bound together by trust and glory. Accurate enough, Lucia shrugs. After seeing the disunity and bickering of the younger realm defenders, I feel lucky to be in the most agreeable legion of Kairos' host, even if we're not always the most efficient. If the Legion boasts so much honor, why are they the disfavored? I'm afraid that isn't for me to say. Others around camp might be able to tell you more, but I don't freely discuss the great general's history to outsiders. But you'll say it involves the great general, which is already a telling clue, idiot. Drat. At least the Iron Marshal isn't within earshot, or I'd be washing my mouth out with wormwood. I see. Farewell. Interesting. So, I have a bed that I can go to if I feel the urge. Somehow I don't think sleeping under the current circumstances is a good idea. This seems like an ongoing conversation. I feel like I should be hearing this. Firestarter, our skynes once again cross. Welcome to the disfavored camp. With a resounding clank, the disfavored warrior pounds his gauntlet to his chest in salute. I'm Seveus, or Seveus the Younger. We served in the Vellum Citadel together. Good to be properly introduced. I remember you stopped the chorus from turning their leadership selection into one giant civil war. Glad Tunon sent a Fatebinder that knows the right side of the law. You should jaw with Iron Marshal if you want to talk substance. I'm just managing patrols here. She and Ash are giving direction. What is it you need? I overheard you asking that Earthshaker where their reinforcements have gone. Is there a problem? I'm afraid so. Radix, the head of the Earthshakers, was supposed to arrive with a group of his most competent spell slingers to help break this stalemate. I don't know what's holding up their arrival, and that worries me. If you were at all inclined to lend a hand, we could use some arcane support on our side. I could lend a hand. Northern Clearing is now unlocked on the world map. Could you? I knew that Tunon's agent wouldn't fail us in a time of need. I'll mark the last known site of our Earthshaker reinforcements on your map. Good hunting, Fatebinder. Why do you think the siege is delayed for so long? It should have been over real quick and simple. The first cohort arrived in the valley and went right for the kill. That was before we knew the Vendrian Guard had sages and that Water Witch on their side. A bigger problem is the Scarlet Chorus. They eagerly conscript the Vendrian Guard, but I have no proof of this, but it seems they do very little to keep a watchful eye on these drafted tiersmen. They are often sent out on patrol, and we suspect they use that opportunity to escape back to the Vendrian Guard. Every chorus conscript has a choice, life under Kairos or death under the army's boots. By all means, feel free to cut down those who choose the latter. We won't be offended. Just so we don't mistake each other, I know what I'm saying carries an implication of treachery. I'm not making a formal accusation before Tunon's agent. I'm just voicing my gut opinion on the matter. The two armies haven't worked well together in years. Why do you think that is? Come on, Binder. Seems like asking why beasts stink. The disfavored are only too eager to deliver Kairos' peace to the tiers, while the Scarlet Chorus brings only mayhem in their wake. You call me the voices of... You can tell me the voices of Nerat has a plan, and I'll take your word for it, but the chorus sure seems to blunder around, never moving with purpose as we do. I wonder if we've been fighting the same war, soldier. I've seen Ash yank his precious soldiers away from more battles than he's won. If you want to call that progress, be my guest. Unless we find a way to work as one, I fear that the Scarlet Chorus will step in front of Graven Ash's strategies at every turn. As far as I'm concerned, it seems like the Voices of Nerat is here to amuse himself, while the rest of us are here to do our job. Tell me about yourself. Not much to tell. My father was Seveus the Elder. His father was Seveus the First of his name. Lead drill master of Ash's first Iron Guard, back when they were the Bronze Guard. I was born into the Legion, and with any hope, I'll die in the Legion. The rest you will hopefully hear about when the storytellers immortalize me. He was in the Bronze Guard, so your family must have been with Ash since before he was here with Kairos. Before he bent the knee to Kairos, Graven Ash rallied his legions against the Overlord's authority. His prowess on the battlefield ingratiated him to the Archons, who welcomed him into their ranks in exchange for his obedience. Aye, you know your history. Seveus nods with gusto. The blood goes back that far, not the memories, as I only ever knew my father. My grandfather was just a legend, one of Ash's best warriors back before the disfavored were reforged in iron. He shrugs. I'm proud of my heritage, but I try not to brag. There are folks who love the Legion every bit as much as I do, but they lack the same pedigree. You should be proud of your pedigree. Thanks, but I try not to think about it too fondly. If anything, every time I screw something up, I wish I wasn't dragging the family name through the mud with me. Alright, back to my other questions. Farewell. Interesting. Alright. Okay, so it sounds like I have another quest that I might want to fulfill. Let's see. All right. Okay, here we are. I'd completed quests. All right. Battle of Echo Call Crossing. Bendrian's Well. Earthshaker reinforcements. Radix, leader of the Earthshakers, has been summoned from the Stone Sea to reinforce the Earthshakers already in the valley. However, there has been no sign of them since the valley was sealed. You agree to investigate the last known location of these reinforcements and learn their fate. Alright. Well then. Huh, that's strange. What is... It looks like the markings on these tents have been scrawled out. Very odd. That is a little bit strange to me. Why have the tent markings been scrawled out? Bitter quip, eh? I'll inquire of this individual. Glory to the voices of Nerat, projecting his salutation for all to hear. The grinning blood chanter raps his staff against the ground as you approach. Fatebinder Darian Blackwell, I presume. His smile quickly retreats, giving way to a sour scowl. I am Bitter Quip. I am here as the emissary of the Scarlet Chorus. What is it like working with the disfavored? He scoffs, looking away from you for a moment before sniffing and returning his attention to you. Reporting to the Iron Hag is an insult. She fought one duel for her title? One? Her leadership must be continuously proven, earned, and defended. Weakness should bleed to the bottom of the army, not rise to the top. My assignment here is also an insult, but one I will bear for the good of the chorus. Bitter Quip sniffs the air, smiling with one side of his mouth. If only to see with my own eyes the failure of the disfavored, that will be a fine day. I feel like I should make a Star Trek allusion. It seems like the Scarlet Chorus is very Klingon in their outlook. That being said, Klingons are probably better trained for the most part. Not as much cannon fodder as the Scarlet Chorus appears to have. What can you tell me of the Scarlet Chorus? The chorus is the future of the tiers. I feel only derision and pity for those who fear our inevitable ascension. Bitterquip looks at you with raised eyebrow. What in particular would you like to know? Tell me about the voices of Nerat. He is supreme commander and public servant, he who sets us free but directs all. Bitterquip smiles as he talks, his face turning flush. The voices of Nerat is the epitome of what each of us can be, a magician without equal, and the leader of uncountable numbers. The voices and the chorus are one, conquering, expanding, growing, changing, always stronger. Bitterquip pounds his staff on the ground. Glory to the voices! How did you come to join the Scarlet Chorus? The doctrine of strength speaks to me, and I answered its call, as did some of my arcane peers. I looked to the chorus almost instantly. Unlike most, I cried not for the life of comfort lost to me. My magic invokes fear and terror, and I easily established my dominance over a pack in my early days in the chorus. If you're so curious about it all, Bitterquip smiles, lifting an eyebrow, perhaps you should visit our camp and see for yourself. What is your role in the chorus? I am a blood chanter. My magic can turn the will of man and the tide of battle. I have held command for 3 years now, though being forced to keep an eye on the disfavored is not the reward I had envisioned for my service thus far. Sounds as if you really like the voices of Nerat. Bitterquip blinks several times and scowls, saying nothing. That's all for now. Bitterquip nods as you depart. All right. Interesting. I feel like I am in a weird place with this. It's along the lines of, why can't honor and chaos hold hands? All right. It would appear that I must depart this area. Yes, let's go down here. Ah, yes, the man with the wagon we talked to earlier. Scarlet Chorus Camp, Northern Clearing. I see. Well, the Scarlet Chorus Camp is presumably nearby. I should probably go there next, though. Battle of Echo Call. Echo Call Crossing must be taken before Kairos' forces can press the attack. Oh boy, an encyclopedia. Goodness. I do wish I could see the edict again. What is this? Bangles? What is this? Brush. Oh, I see. Did that affect? Okay. It does have some effect. What does this do? Oh my. But what effect does this have? Let's see. I'm really at a loss about what equipment I should be using. It just feels wrong to be using the wrong equipment. I don't actually know if it... what is this even? Lesser Staff of Titans. Honor Guards, Bronze Falcons. What is this? Am I even able to equip this? Oh, I see. And what weapon's this? Lesser Staff of Atrophy. Oh, I see. So I can just swap sets if I desire. It appears that they are roughly the same. Interesting. Alright. What about your equipment? Let's see. Ah, dual wielder. Very nice. Alright, that makes sense. Alright. We should probably take off. Oh, I was getting ready to examine the quests. Speak with Iron Marshal Erinyos. Ah. Well, I haven't spoken to Erinyos yet. So I should stay here and find the Iron Marshal. Good thing I took a look at that before I went blundering off to the Scarlet Camp, potentially losing valuable time. So where is Erinyos?
Sorry,
They should
I can't.
be... Alright, maybe they're in here and I'm just... I am mildly perplexed. No, this is just him. I don't think I need to talk to him again for a while. So where is the Iron Marshal? That appears to be the Scarlet Chorus liaison to the disfavored army. Where is... I am mildly confused. What is this? 8 days to Kairos' Day of Swords. So that's the countdown timer. Perhaps I should save game here. Save. Alright. Considering we have this countdown timer that's liable to be messing with me. Where in blazes is the... Oh, an entire side of the camp I hadn't noticed until now. Okay. Iron Marshal Arrhenius. There you are. Don't just coddle the impact. Push back with your shield. Take the momentum. Lawful evils and chaotic evil, can't we all get along? Truthfully, I'm not even sure that the disfavored are lawful evil. They're probably more like lawful neutral. Lawful neutral and chaotic evil definitely don't get along. Push back with your shield. Take the momentum. Iron Marshal Arrhenius, field commander of the disfavored, pounds her fist in the air as she calls out to the warriors on the training field. I said eyes on your opponent's waistline. If you spend more than a glance checking his footwork, you've lost. The disfavored officer turns to you, adjusting her pale golden circle. Judging from her uniform, this is the Iron Marshal Arrhenius, first among equals in the Iron Guard. Graven Ash's inner circle of trusted followers, charged with being the duties of leadership, logistics, and training. There is rarely a quiet day for the second-in-command of the disfavored legion. Need to stay on top of the troops, or their skills will rust. It's for their own good, even if they don't believe it. It was mentioned you're short on warriors and need help. What's the situation? I have brigades massing along Placid, Echo Call, and Little Tooth crossings. The Vendrian Guard may be able to hold one bridge, but they cannot hold against a concerted three-pronged attack. I have no right to give you orders, but her words falter, a short cough breaking her flow, but we all die to Kairos' edict should we fail. So I'm not about to let my pride blind me to the value of good help. This is the second major attack on the river, correct? What happened last time? Defeat in detail. We carved a bloody path up to the river, but at that point, everyone who had charged ahead was lost. We had no chorus backup, it was just a few disfavored squads. I can't tell you exactly how they were defeated, but we lost the whole assault team. She shakes her head, letting out a long, pained sigh. We found bodies washing up in the river for days. It's not often that Tearsmen put up such a good fight. It certainly made us reevaluate the number we'll need to take this valley. Really? Are you sure our scouts didn't give you all sorts of details about the enemy and you just choose to disregard our warnings? We can pass out blame after the war. Only the Oathbreakers matter now. Quite right. Getting our emotions into the mix won't hasten this campaign. What's the value of taking the crossing? We can't just march from here to the Citadel with the Vendrian Guard manning the riverbanks. Fording troops and supplies through even the narrowest points of the river makes us vulnerable to attack, especially since our armor wasn't built for swimming. Alright, that's a funny little detail. It has been many centuries since metal armor has been used in war. So, writers of RPGs are unaware of this, but as it turns out, with the exception of jousting armor, which was special and not actually intended for the battlefield, armor is not actually that heavy. Someone went ahead and put on medieval-style armor and demonstrated that actually, yes, you can swim in the type of armor they would actually have been wearing on the battlefield. And all claims to the contrary are either basing themselves on jousting armor or are basing themselves on other stories where a warrior sank in the water due to being overburdened. But the burden was not the armor. The burden was all the gold he stuffed in the armor. So yes, in the real world you can actually wear metal armor and not suffer the consequences of sinking. It's not the armor that makes you sink, it's all the extra gear you have. Alright. She points north toward the mountain spire looming on the horizon. If we can take the river, we have a clear march to the Citadel, and Ascension Hall will be ours in no time. I will assist. And our plan just might work. The Iron Marshal lifts her gauntlet close to her face, shifting her eyes from you to the metal articulations. We are loath to work with those who do not share our training and our values, but we know that Tunon, the Adjudicator, selects only the most capable minds for his court, and I trust you will honor us all on the field. Antio will be leading the charge at Echo Call Crossing. Assisting you will be Barrack of the Stone Shields. Might save your life someday. Well, you're unlikely to be wearing metal armor anytime soon. There's a reason it stopped being used on the battlefield, and that reason is guns. As it turns out, metal armor is completely ineffective against firearms. Or rather, the amount of metal armor you would need to block a bullet causes the armor to be too heavy to actually move in. And for that reason, this sort of armor just stopped being used. More recent armors are essentially a kind of threaded plastic, like Kevlar. Except it's not the material that makes it strong, it's the weave of the thread. Well, it's the material and the weave of the thread that makes it strong. Were it not for the weave, then the so-called bulletproof vests would be significantly less powerful. That sort of thing reduces the impact of a bullet to something more like the impact of a really big guy's punch. Alright. That said, it still doesn't protect things like your head, so there you go. Oh my. Antio will be leading the charge at Echo Call Crossing. Assisting you will be Barrack of the Stone Shields. She points to a heavily armored soldier standing sentry at the edge of the training field. Before you ask, no, the Forge-bound weren't sloshed on Dappleseed when they fitted his armor. He survived the full force of the Edict of Storms, and this armor doesn't exactly come off. Tactically, it's quite brilliant, but otherwise it's something of a curse. Tapping her helmet twice, Serenio signals to the hulking presence. Barrack, come meet the Fatebinder. The soldier that steps up to you better resembles an amalgamation of rusted blades and mismatched pieces of armor fused into a vaguely human shape. He reeks of sweat, feces, and whatever oil treatment keeps him flexible.
Fatebinder, the Iron Marshal has tasked me with keeping you alive, and I have no intention of disappointing her. That should be enough assurance for anyone.
Nod silently. Barrack returns your nod silent, save for the creaking articulation in his alloyed carapace.
Eric, is that you under there? I had no idea you were in Vendrian's well. Fatebinder, do you know this walking anchor?
Just a minute, you two know each other.
No. Oh, that is to say, yes. I'm already as familiar with this ironclad halfwit as I care to be.
We don't have time to trade jabs today, Verse. After the siege, you can throw as many tantrums as you please. I suggest that we remain focused on the mission.
No offense to the mission, but seeing you looking like a garbage heap and reeking of a mass grave is more amusing by far. Did you forget how to don your armor, or did Grave and Ash leave you out in the rain?
Barak sighs, a frustrated growl shaking his iron enclosure of a suit. I know him as well as I knew anyone during the conquest.
That can change. When the tiers are fully under our command, I'll take you to whatever passes for a watering hole in this forsaken country. We'll drink the local swill to honor the fallen.
Forget the fallen. I know a great brothel in Lething's Crossing where we can watch something rise, then fall, then rise again.
Goodness. Well then. Well then. This is, Well. I have a hard time imagining Baldur's Gate 3 having lines as, colorful as that. The Fatebinder will be joining us for the push across the river. I figured an extra hand might help, and more importantly, if my worries come true and the chorus tries to impede the mission, we will have an observer from the court on our side.
Better to work with the Honorable Binder than some chorus children.
I ask that Barak accompany you there to arbitrate the cooperation between his company and the Scarlet Chorus. Barak, you've been without a cohort since the last Battle of Stalwart. It's time we gave you a task more worthy than hauling wagons and leading training drills. She plants her hands on her hips and speaks in clipped official terms. Ash has assigned you to the Fatebinder's service. You're to assume this task and is ongoing until we find a more permanent spot for you, which could very well mean the swiftly approaching end of this war, or when the Fatebinder dismisses you. Is that understood? Barak regards the Iron Marshal in oppressive silence. That's an order, Barak. She shakes her head and sighs, returning her focus to you. He can be as stubborn as pulling a spire out of the earth, but he's a good soldier. I hope you don't mind the company. I'm honored to have a member of the Iron Legion at my side. Excellent, I look forward to your success in the field. Well, we now have 3. Wait a second. Oh, I see. Interesting. Why is my character apparently still only level 1? Very peculiar. How are we doing? Talents, alright. So my character manages to still only be level 1, which is kind of sad, to be honest. Leadership, magic, agility. Huh, interesting. There's 2 different pages. Power does not appear to be my normal one. I think I would prefer to default to leadership. Oh, I see. Interesting. So I have number of points spent in the skirmisher tree. Interesting. Burning iron. Launch a burning arrow that sets the enemies on fire. Oh, I see. Interesting. Huh. Punisher or Sentinel? Issue a mocking invitation challenging enemies to attack Barak. Ah, so he really is the tank. No, I believe I've gotten a tiny bit of XP from exploiting my lore skill in conversations, so... It does not appear that combat's the only way to level up. It's just weird to me because, well, I was in combat all the times that Verse was in combat, and yet Verse is level 2 and I'm still at level 1, which is a little strange. Alright. Let's see. Art of the Blade, engagement attack, fierce demeanor. Another thing that I find strange is that they already have a talent point, whereas I have no talent points, which I don't fully understand why that is. Strange. Yes, indeed. Sure, we'll grab that. All right. What is this? Experimented at attribute points. Oh, you have an attribute point to add as well. What is an attribute point, anyway? Interesting. Might, quickness, whips, finesse, vitality, and resolve. All right. Might is probably the best thing to grab. So my thoughts right now is that this guy is going to be the direct tank. She is more of a battle rager type. And I'm a buffer. Oh, I see. So I can change what my armor color is. It lets me change that already, does it? Fascinating. Okay. Okay, so I have a... Interesting. Why does it not permit me to apply that? Strange. Ah, I see. Alright, it begins to make sense to me. I'm not exactly a healer, just a buffer, unfortunately. I'm the only one who can learn the fireball, but I can assign this guy the searing palm at least. Why not? Is there anything else that I haven't done for him, level up wise? I'm not entirely sure what's going on with this. I think we got everything. Leaves me wondering why he still has an unusual color on his level. I don't get it. Oh, whatever. Select all party members.
Right.
Now let's take a quick glance at this. Echo Call Crossing must be taken before Kairos' forces can press their attack on the Vendrian's Well Citadel, help the disfavored subdue the rebels, and take control of the crossing. Alright. Scarlet Chorus are currently attempting to secure the outer ring of Vendrian's Well. You'll need to help them deal with rebel forces in the area before Kairos' armies may safely march upon the Citadel. Stale of Aeon, how proficient should someone be before attempting said rite? Have you done literally any invocation before? If the answer is yes, then you are ready for the Stale of Aeon. Though, don't just do the Stale of Aeon for the sake of doing the Stale of Aeon. Do it with a purpose in mind. All right. The northern clearing is quite some distance away, so I shall now head to the Scarlet Chorus camp in order to, since that looks like it's on the way, and then the Echo Call Crossing looks pretty close, so I'll probably go there next. So let us proceed. Your path is blocked by a small group of Vendrian Guard. You can go no further until you deal with them. Random encounters, guys! Well, dang. This is definitely a Baldur's Gate thing. From Baldur's Gate 1, that is.
That's far enough, Fatebinder.
Oh. Maybe it's not a random encounter. Maybe it's a something a little bit more interesting. That's far enough, Fatebinder. A woman's voice booms from atop a nearby outcropping, flashes of aquamarine body paint. Peek out from under her loose, fitting traveler's garb, and her outfit is festooned in braids and knots of sailor's line. The blue body pigment, bladed staff, and complex braided attire are all the traditional trappings of the School of Tides. According to Fatebinder Rogulus, the majority of the school fled before the coming of Kairos. The remainder were last seen during the first campaign in Vendrian's Well. The School of Tides traditionally studies the magic of water and gravelight, the art of directing the moon's arcane light into baleful Styrian energy. Flanked on either side by warriors dressed in Vendrian's Guard regalia, the woman leans on an elaborate bladed staff, pulsing with arcane energy. A swath of blue fabric rests draped over her arm. The blue flag is a symbol of diplomacy and truce recognized across most of the known world. And it is a custom that the Tearsmen hold dear. To harm another person under the auspices of a blue flag is a grave offense. In both the Tears and in Kairos Empire, the customary punishment is death.
In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I offer and request a delay of blade. There are matters we must discuss without fear of reprisal.
Glare silently. In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I abide by this truce.
As is our custom, we are ready to kill to defend our lands, but we kill only in fair battle. We don't slay our prisoners. We know this isn't Kairos' way, but we must have hope. A few of my kin have gone missing, and though they may have perished, I have to inquire on the off chance they still live. If Captain Tarkus Deimos still lives, we would negotiate for his release.
of the leaders of the attack on Edring Ruins. Tarkus Demos was subdued during the battle. In accordance with the Scarlet Chorus' request, you ordered Demos conscripted into the Chorus. See. Assuming he is our prisoner, what would you offer in exchange?
We would offer you 5 choirmen that got lost on patrol. They're healthy. Got other limbs, too.
I would not have us barter with Oathbreakers. Certainly not for anything less than disfavored lives.
You say there's something worth less than a disfavored life. Call me intrigued.
Oh, dang. Verse. Goodness. You're burning the poor guy. Look, he's already so burned. Tarkus Demos is with the Chorus now. This is very unusual. I saw this and I was all prepared. Ah, random encounter, time for fight. But no, this must be a scripted event. This has got to be a scripted event, and I have to make some moral decisions. Well, for a game of this type, this is more than I would have expected. Do I tell the truth, or do I give some other claim? It is probably best to say I will not negotiate with Oathbreakers. They did break their oath, after all.
Very good, Fatebinder. You do well not to set a standard of compromise and weakness before these southern wretches. You know the meaning of precedence in law and in war.
Then I will take no more of your time. Apologies. We will depart at once.
She bows curtly, never letting her eyes leave yours before turning to leave. A moment later, the bodyguards turn to follow. Received a missive from Tunon. Really? Word has reached this court that you have issued the Overlord's edict to the Archons of War and Secrets. Know that we understand fully the weight of this burden and appreciate the loyalty you show in its declaration. Provided you survive this span, your service will be duly recognized. As you navigate the idiosyncrasies and mutual antipathy of our Overlord's War Masters, remember that Kairos watches all with interest. Those who distinguish themselves, whether Fatebinder or Archon, have the opportunity to rise in the Overlord's esteem. Even now, the Northern Courts whisper that the more successful of the 2 Archons will be granted rule over the whole of the peninsula. Similarly, your fortunes rest upon the decisions you make. Choose wisely. Allow me to express my deep appreciation of this opportunity. Few in the Empire have the honor of treating with Archons, and fewer still of reading the empowered words of the Overlord. I endeavor always to emulate your exemplary foresight and judgment. I remain, in all things, your faithful servant. All right. Okay, I think the idea is that I was supposed to have received that message by, like, a carrier pigeon or something. Probably a magic carrier pigeon. All right, well, it's time for us to get out of here, I think. Except we're actually... where the heck are we supposed to go? Ah, okay. We were on our way to the Scarlet Chorus camp. I do feel like I am running out of time for this particular stream, but we will continue this next week. That said, I'm not quite done yet. Is there chorus grounds? State your business or get lost. The guard places her hands by her belt as you approach. Yes. The generalized, truth be told, I have something somewhat important to tell you with respect to things like oaths. All oaths are occult oaths. All of them. An oath is essentially stating that you will do a thing, or your word is true, or something to that effect. And failing in that regard has certain consequences. Certain oaths are along the line of, you are calling God as your witness that the oath is true. Essentially, one who breaks an oath is committing a self-curse. You understand what I'm getting at? It is for this reason that one should not enter into a serious vow or oath lightly. In fact, I dare say that considering the typical wording and intention of marriage vows, it's probably a bad idea to go into a marriage thinking to oneself, if I don't like him or her, I can just divorce. Since, you know, assuming that everything was on the up and up going into it, by which I mean it is possible to have people doing things with ill will, assuming neither side is doing anything flaky or misrepresenting something going into that kind of vow, the idea that you would then turn around and divorce is... doesn't work very well. But I'm only bringing up marriage because marital vows are the most common form of this sort of thing in the current era. Though you will occasionally have things like officers of the peace making an oath or a vow to uphold the law, and so forth. That's essentially what I'm getting. There is also the religious concept of don't go into oaths. Rather, just let your word be your bond. And whenever you commit a certain kind of lie, whenever you lie at a time when you should have told the truth, it does have a subtly averse effect on you. And from an occult perspective, that kind of trickles into the spiritual plane. Along the lines of, every time you swear that you are going to accomplish something and then fail to accomplish it, it reduces your, we'll call it authority, in the spiritual plane a little bit more. You know what I mean? Anyway, I think that's all I should really go on about that for. I'm always in the right place. The guard tenses up, locking eyes with you. That walking hunk of rust, what's she maybe it doing here? He's an allied warrior and my guard. You don't want to make him glare silently. Fine, just come on in. I'm sure the Fury will gut you if you're really a problem. The guard half-heartedly waves you in as she nods to Verse. I feel like I should be using the glares silently option more frequently. Oh dear, we have 8 days. What is this? Save game. New file. Ah, I can name the games. Okay. I need a better name for this. What does this do? A scroll sits here, glowing with mystical energy. Learned new spell core. Excellent. If I have a new spell core, let's see what we got here. Where's the magic? Here we are. Ooh, a new one. Sigil of Illusion. Interesting. Spectral Blur. Masks the target in a blurred illusion, making them harder to hit. Very nice, very nice. As much as I would like to assign that, I'm afraid I do not have very much going on. However, these two are able to take these 2 spells, and this spell for that matter, so maybe I should swap out a little bit. Remove. Yes. And then I can remove this. False Pit. Delightful illusion powers. This will be nice. Ah, delightful. Let's take a quick glance at these abilities. Spectral Blur. All right. So I can use this on whoever is currently taking the aggro. And... very nice. Very nice indeed. And I can False Pit to cause enemies to go down. Very interesting. I think I'm going to go ahead and save game again. All right. Bear in mind, what I was talking about earlier, I spoke my words very carefully. You get a subtle averse effect if you lie when you are supposed to tell the truth. The implication there is that there are occasions when you are supposed to lie. You should use your own judgment to decide when those are. There are some people who pretend to purity, who act like there's never an occasion when you should lie. However, there are such things as defensive lies. If you are a soldier in battle and captured by an enemy, it may be necessary to lie during interrogation to aid your side of the war, and perhaps also to protect yourself from certain interrogation techniques. Oh dear. At any rate, I've gone on about that long enough. So this is the... Huh. Goodness, they're just leaving these bodies out here? Sheesh. This really is a horde. Very simple emblem. Goodness. I find it interesting that this game does not appear to have very many non-human... Well, during the history it seemed to be implied that there were beastmen or something, but beyond that I haven't seen any non-humans so far. So I guess we don't do the elves and dwarves and so forth routine that we do in certain other fantasy. Who was I supposed to talk to? Speak with the fifth eye. Okay. Where is the fifth eye? Maybe they're inside somewhere? These threadbare tents show signs of hard use and long-term exposure to the elements. Good to know. Where is the fifth eye? Now, it seems to me that if we play our cards right, we may wind up in a situation where we can get rid of the voices and swap verse in instead of the voices. That's my guess, anyway. I don't know that we'll have an opportunity to do something like that, but it would be useful. Now, where the heck is the... Alright, maybe I can just find them if I mouse over like this. Ah, fifth eye's over here. Walked right by him. The binder of Tunon arrives, squealing with teenagers' timber. The fifth eye's voice makes your gums itch and your fingernails feel in need of a trim. And we just finished having a bit of sport with some captives, but worry not. We'll have more fun with another batch momentarily. Dressed in the bronze-red regalia of the Crimson Spears, the fifth eye beckons you to stand close, wagging a blood-spattered glove. Now that you have issued this edict and doomed us all to die, have you come to help us climb out of this hole? Chirps of laughter emanate from under his mask. I trust you are getting your warriors ready for battle. We know the Oathbreakers are focused in the citadel beneath the mountain spire, but we have learned this is not their only nest. The fifth eye wags a hand in the air with a high-pitched squeal of displeasure. Given their pattern of attacks, they must have a second group maintaining camp here in the Outer Valley, and unless we deal with this second group, they'll attack from behind the moment we cross the river. I find myself I'm sorry, I'm just having a moment of disbelief at the apparent incompetence of this group. Also, I have a question for you, Caleb, assuming you're still there. Is the text actually legible? I'm only asking because I stare over at monitor number 2 and see the OBS preview, and it's not legible in the OBS preview. Can you read what's on the screen there? Or do I have a issue with my resolution? I'll assume that lag means it'll take a few seconds before I see your message, so I'll just keep playing until then. Let's see. The disfavored think you can't control your horde, and that many are defecting back to the Vendrian Guard. Wrong! And perhaps... He gestures with his spear in an arc towards the sprawling camp. It's no mean feat to herd this many desperate lives. For every 2 hands of humanity, there is at least 1 finger that snaps from the stress of our ways. Oh, you're on your phone. Well, that would change it. Being on your phone would make it more difficult to see. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and load my own... let's see. View my channel. Live stream Tyranny. It is legible on my end when I load it. Okay. A few have been lost on the margins, I won't deny that, but if you store grain, expect some rat feces. If you lead killers, expect some desertion. As long as it's legible, I was just concerned that perhaps my OBS was broadcasting at the wrong resolution. You have how large a force, and for all these weeks you've let the enemy move freely through the valley? I'm hurt. Insult my manners or maturity, but do not insinuate that I sit idle when there's blood to be shed. The Crimson Spear claps his fists together. We have dealt with countless Oathbreakers, but 1 group remains at large despite our best efforts. Captain Pellox's crew consistently evades or kills our own gangs. So you need help taking out these Oathbreakers. And while a good old-fashioned slaughter would be an efficient solution, the smarter answer is not to kill them, but to add their strength to ours. My last group of scouts returned with a new batch of prisoners, and one of these prisoners claims she can lead us to the Vendrian Guard's secondary camp, though there are shreds of deception in her voice. I could use your help questioning this Varia Kell. Perhaps you will get less screams and tears and more useful information out of her. If we knew where to ambush the Oathbreakers, we could try and take their captain, and show him the wisdom of joining the chorus. Are a few more conscripts going to change anything at this point? It seems wiser to just kill them. But the Crimson Spear pauses, his body frozen in a shrug. But that is our way! We offer redemption even to those who have harmed us. Besides, I'm not truly interested in any old conscripts, but rather one specific one, their leader. Captain Pelox Florian is one of the finest warriors Vendrian Guard have left. It is double the injury to take from your foe while adding to your own clan. I will speak with the prisoner. I will meet you there. She is waiting by the other prisoners. I will admit, the fifth eye is not what I was expecting. Like, the way this is portrayed, it makes it sound like the fifth eye is practically an adolescent. That is very... Well, that's the Scarlet Choir for you, or chorus, I mean. It is time to go interrogate Viraya, then. And then I will perhaps go and assist with the... Is this the one we need to be... Oh, these guys are still alive. Interesting. Let's deal with Viraya before we let that sage speak. That's strange. Why? All right. What is your role in the chorus? While the whole of the chorus remains loyal to the voices of Nerat, I am truly the most loyal. His voice becomes wistful. Oh, so loyal of his numerous warriors. No, definitely not a goth teenager. I don't like the implications of this of this guy saying how he is truly the most loyal. Oh, so loyal. He's a Crimson Spear, part of the Archon's inner circle. Dozens of the strongest gang bosses answer to him, and from there the orders trickle down to the rest of the army. I am the Archon's martial retainer and humble servant. I am his eyes and his ears, but also his mouth, for I speak with his authority when he is absent. He twirls his flanged spear in his hand, and I am his killing edge when the rabble is moved to war. Did you ask for this honor? I did not have to. The voices of Nerat saw the need inside of me, and through his arcane ministrations burnt away the clinging, cloying parts of me that foolishly resisted his enlightenment. Discussing as I may find this creature, the fifth eye is not the only one who has suffered changes in the service of this war. No, indeed, you ironclad behemoth. He looks Barak up and down with interest. Have you ever considered jumping ship and enlisting with the chorus? With strength like yours, we could have you leading a decorated gang in your first week. If I ever jumped ship, it would only be to sink to the bottom of the waves, beyond the reach of you and your parasite of an Archon. Good thing you mentioned loyalty twice. Now I'm really convinced. The fifth eye stares at you are. Oh, this game. Are all of the Crimson Spears as odd as you? I would not ask you to speak of the other Fatebinders. I will not speak for the other Crimson Spears. He's odd as fuck because he's an eye, not because he's a Crimson Spear. The Spears are a cold, determined bunch. Eyes are a breed apart, owning a fraction of the Archon of Secret's madness. Why did you take the vows of the chorus? Unlike most of the conscripts here, I did not need a cudgel against the head to see the wisdom of the Archon of Secrets. I proudly joined the chorus in its nascent days, left my home in Bastard City to join with the incoming chorus, and the rest is glory and history. These days, you follow the chorus or die. We who chose the path and killed to defend our place are the old guard. Even if it's been 2 or 3 years, the chorus has a short memory. All right. So this guy has been in the chorus for 2 or 3 years. Wow. Wow. What can you tell me about Ascension Hall? The center of Vendrian's Well. The base of the mountain, the spire. He points to the northeast, where the spire cuts a vertical line rising above all other mountains in the horizon. It is a small fortification. Ascension Hall is the name of this citadel's inner council chamber. We had left a garrison when this valley was first taken in 429, with the citadel being their base of operations. When the Oathbreakers staged their revolt, the garrison at Ascension Hall was defeated. Makes sense that Kairos' edict would demand that we burn this rebellion back to its point of origin. What do you know of the disfavored commander? Iron Marshal Arinos is a doting warrior, just like the Archon of War. She's one of a few select disfavored cautious and cowardly enough to be trusted with the Archon's iron toddlers. No doubt her primary qualifications include being related to Ash. The Legion's a little big into its pedigree, if you catch my drift. Keep insulting my commander, and I'll slap that mask off your face, not that I'm eager to see what's inside. Your mutual disrespect will be our unmaking. Do I need to discipline you both? No, not this time, perhaps. I will respectfully save your censure for when I need to act in a more despicable manner. That day is no doubt nigh. We are not children to be corrected and set in line. I have long distrusted the court for treating us as such, but I won't challenge you at this juncture. He nods to Fifth Eye. Say your piece about the Iron Marshal, then. Though I am loath to speak highly of her, I cannot deny she is a brilliant swordsman, and the other disfavored seem to take her seriously, despite the serious stick that's propped up her backside. Who's the strongest in your camp? I am, naturally. Well, the Archon is, without question, the mightiest in camp. Deathnell is the master trainer here, and she's almost tough enough to take me. She's a biter, don't tell her I told you that, but she can be trusted to fight and lead. And while her humility is lacking, Verse is correct. She's been running with the Furies even longer than Deathnell. Too bad that skill and puissance did nothing to save her sisters. No humility? I like that in a fighter. Oh, Verse has a shred or two of decency, just enough to keep you guessing. You two should get along like a couple of caged parrots squawking to each other's mutual delight. I swear, the Fifth Eye gets barmier every time I speak to him. Farewell. All right. Where is the flipping... I need to interrogate Varaya. Where the heck is Varaya? Prisoner Varaya. Is this the one? Probably. Which one is Varaya? Where is Varaya? These ones look dead. Please, someone! I wish to bow before the voices of Nerat. I thought all could find redemption in the chorus. A woman in the makeshift armor of the Vendrian Guard lurches forward in agony. Her soiled, trembling legs suggest that she has been forced to stand for days. This one, he flippantly waves at the prisoner, was hollering earlier that she knows the location of the Vendrian Guard encampment, but she isn't being entirely honest. I told this thing, the prisoner turns pale a moment before a look of determination comes over her face, that I wanted to guarantee I'd live and be welcomed into the chorus as a captain. Then I'll talk, otherwise they'll just kill me once I've opened up. I was dumb enough to join with the Vendrian Guard, but I'm not dumb enough to give away my bargaining bronze. You claim you would disavow your people for the Scarlet Chorus. Why the change of heart? Because I want to live, and you don't need to be the Archon of Premonitions to know that the younger realms are gone for good. She blinks several times, catching her breath. Kairos is the new strength of the Tears, and I would rather stand with his Archons than be crushed by them. Why should I trust the words of an Oathbreaker? I suppose I have no answer for that. Varia's eyes fall to the ground and she swallows nervously. When I joined with the Vendrian Guard, I accepted their broken vow unto myself. Have you not felt passion for a foolish cause, one you later came to regret? Well, my surrender is sincere, and I'm willing to bow before the voices of Nerat to prove it. Tell me what you know, and I can see to your release. I heard the chorus is looking for Captain Pelox Florian and his crew. I can lead you to them, but only if you release me. She turns her head, taking a long look at skewered and smoldering corpses around her. She tugs at her restraints, but to no avail. You're lying. Why don't you tell me what you actually know, and I'll see about saving you. Well, you see... Shaken by your demand, her lips move wordlessly for several seconds. So, I don't know exactly where the rest of my crew is, but I can tell you... She shakes her head, catching her breath. Search that one. She reaches up with her right leg and points with her foot, calling attention to a nearby pile of corpses. The tall, dark one missing most of his face, check his left boot. He was the literate one in our crew. He had the orders. With a snap of his fingers, a pair of choirmen yank the boot off the fallen guardsman. A rolled parchment slides out of the boot and is thrust into the Fifth Eye's hands. He unfurls the scroll to give it a read. It's nonsense, just mash of words. Laughter erupts from under the mask. She said she had information, she gives us garbage. Slay this wretch for wasting our time. He snaps his fingers at a nearby Scarlet Fury, who promptly snatches a long knife from her belt. I heard her say she'd swear fealty to the voices of Nerat. An initiation rite would be in order. Seeing as you are an expert on the subject of fate, I will entertain your wisdom on the matter. What then would you propose we do with her? Let's test her loyalty. Varia, kill these guardsmen with something blunt. Shall we be evil? Perhaps I should have just let her die. Ah, how evil should I be? I feel like I made a wrong decision. Oh shit. Varia looks at the prisoners, once her allies, and closes her eyes as her bonds are untied. The onlookers snicker and cheer when a heavy rock is placed in her hand. Mouthing something inaudible, she lifts the rock high above her head and smashes it down on the prisoner's skull, wincing back a scream as she hoists the stone over her head a second time to finish the job on the other prisoner. The bloody rock hits the ground and Varia slumps to her knees in defeat a moment later. Well then. Good, good! Fifth Eye places his bloodied hand on the trembling woman's shoulder and nods to her. Welcome to the Scarlet Chorus. Do not fail us. As a pair of soldiers come to lift Varia, the Fifth Eye turns to you, his voice filled with glee. Where's a slave to clean up the offal when you need it? Well then. We are no closer to finding the Oathbreaker's position, not with this cryptic mess. She promised us answers, and all she gave us was gibberish.
Sorry to interrupt.
But I highly doubt it's gibberish. More likely, it's one of the local scripts.
The voice comes from another prisoner tied up next to Variah, an older gentleman with the quills, ink vials, and parchment scrolls one finds on the sages of the School of Ink and Quill. Ink smudges cover his cheeks, temples, and ears. His clothes appear charred, and between the rips of the fabric you spot burn scars along his arms. Despite being emaciated and tied to a post, he offers a beaming smile. Who are you?
I'm Sage Lantry, one of the hired quills that was coordinating missives between the Vendrian Guard captains. They aren't paying me anymore and aren't coming to my rescue. So I'll decipher that parchment for you. That's what smart prisoners do, right? Make themselves useful?
Running a household or army requires a great deal of logistical know-how, and it helps to be literate and capable of maintaining your own records and ledgers. Most leaders employ assistants known as hired quills to log harvest, schedule payments, balance payrolls, and dictate letters to friends and rivals. A sage, you see, one of the longest surviving schools of magic. School of Ink and Quill. All right. I read the parchment for myself. You unroll the parchment and see a message of modest length written with professional, albeit hasty, penmanship. The Tearsmen speak the Kanto just like the Northerners, but they have a half-dozen different ways of writing it. This particular script is unknown to you. Can you read this?
Well, let me see. I can't...
You hold the parchment in front of the bound sage, and his eyes dart down the length of the missive. He reads the words a second time, nodding in silence.
So, I don't know exactly what it says, but I'm half certain that's Sage Selwyn's handwriting. I'm sure I could decipher that in a few hours' time. Don't need my hands free, but I think better when not tied to a post. I know, I'm weird that way.
A few hours? Either you can read it or you cannot. What use is a sage that doesn't know his letters? I've heard all I need to hear. I say we have some fun with this one. It can't hurt to give him a few hours. You read the edict. I don't need to tell you this sundial is working against us. This addled old bag is just trying to stall us. That is a question. Give him a chance to translate. I'm inclined to say give him a chance to translate, but the reason for that is very meta. He has a voice actor. Untie him. Give him a chance to translate. Are you giving me orders, Binder? Does this look like Tunon's court? Last I checked, only the Archon of Secrets can tell me what to do with a prisoner.
Fatebinder, I beseech you, be my advocate for this trial. I'm no fool. I know the chorus uses blood, not words, to settle these matters. But you are a servant of the Archon of Justice, are you not?
This is a difficult one. Fine, but I'll be his champion. This one needs to live. Release this prisoner at once. I'm taking him into my custody. We need the prisoner alive. It's a terrible idea. He obviously has useful information, yet you're willing to let him die for sport. As a Fatebinder, it is not my place to tell the chorus how to conduct trials on their own land. I feel like I have pushed myself a little bit too far as the chorus is concerned. A servant of justice that knows their proper place, such a rarity among Tunan's law dogs.
This trial may be a terrible idea, but if I don't entertain them in their court, they'll have more grisly recreation in mind. Please, I'll help you translate the message. I'll do whatever you need.
The old man's eyes fall to the ground as he lets out a long, crestfallen sigh.
How about this? The Fatebinders are trained in magic, correct? Be my champion, protect me through this trial, and I will teach you all I know of the healing arts. Think of all you could help with such mystic lore.
I think the game is trying to but thou must me, but doesn't actually want to but thou must me. Fine. I'll be his champion. This one needs to live.
Good. I like it when Tunan's puppies get their paws dirty.
Interesting.
I wouldn't mind taking a swing at some loudmouth chorus braggarts myself.
Did you hear that, brothers and sisters? Raising his arms to the sky, the fifth eye roars for all nearby to hear. Trial by combat is upon us! The sage is unbound from the post. Stiff legs nearly buckle as he attempts to walk, and his arms flex and flail in their new freedom. Wiping sweat and grime from his brow, the sage steps close to you with a nervous smile. Rhythmic roaring and the stomping of hundreds of feet in unison flood the camp. Hordsmen begin to circle and swirl about, brandishing weapons and cheering. If they got this worked up to fight the enemy, I venture the war would be over by now. Begin the chant of gathering! Let the warriors know that tonight's entertainment will soon commence! Well then. I have a sneaky suspicion that Lantry can become my, one of my companions, but I do not know for certain. Brothers and sisters, who amongst you sets the standard for strength? Who amongst you will help winnow the weak from the strong? The fifth eye waves his hands in the air, drawing in a gathering of chorus soldiers. Our claimants have been assembled. Now let the trial of the Oathbreakers begin. All right, then. Ah, what do you know? That he is in my party. Not only is he in my party, but I need to level him up. Quill. He actually does fight with a pen. That's great. Ah, we have the real healer now. All right. Interesting. Improves control life skill. Let's see. Gifted vigor. Greater renewal. Sure, let's go mainly with preservation, maybe. Or... Alright, let's go with this. Now, this guy is some kind of... save. Why not? Ah, I now have a death from above power with verse. Very interesting. All right. Okie dokie, let's do this. What do you have? Quicken, eh? I'm a little bit confused. Alright, here we go. Quicken Barrack, why not? What? Participant busy. Okay, I'm confused. Mildly confused. I'll worry about it later. Let's see. False Pit. Why not? I almost wish that I could just set some of these to Fury's Rage. Interesting. Now, I can't use that right now because I'm doing things slightly differently. Burning Iron on this enemy. Why not? You there. You should... Sure, let's go with this.
Wait my signal.
Alright then. Very interesting.
We should try that again.
I see. The fireball was not as powerful as I'd hoped. Oh no, this guy is not lasting. Let's see what we got here. Clash of Iron, Striking Iron. Clash of Iron. That will work.
Shall we? I can't feel my...
Well, the healer's already out. They really focus-fired the healer. This is not a very good initial fight.
Come back! Hope you fancy red.
Alright, I'm probably not taking adequate control. Probably not taking adequate control over the enemies, or rather, over my party members.
No dice.
We should try that again.
Alright, we're almost done with this. May as well just let it finish. Sheesh. By the righteous shedding of blood, we have found our answer. Regrettably, it appears the sage is worthy of leaving our camp alive. The Fifth Eye offers a short mocking battle entry. By the customs set forth by the voices of Nerat, you are free to go, old man. Brag to your grandkids that you fell afoul of the chorus, yet lived to tell the story. Now we see if this old man was worth the effort. Gracious Fatebinder, the sage holds his hands up, cowering backwards. I am humbled that you would put yourself at risk for me. I assure you, you have my full obedience and cooperation. I thought I'd die tied to that post. The sage looks down at his rope-worn wrists in disbelief. Now hand me that parchment. I'm certain I can decipher it. All right, then. Well, much of the parchment was weathered, but I could make out the important parts of the text. The note makes mention of a meeting spot west of Tripnettle. So the old sage knows his words after all. I'd ask that you travel ahead and see if you can't get this Captain Florian to yield to the chorus. They will strike at first sight of a chorus gang, but perhaps they will parley if yours is the face they see. I know the area, and I suggest we go at once. I'll show you the way. I'm eager to be far from the stench of this camp. Something is amiss. There's a lot of fight in you for an old scholar. Now you're offering to join this expedition. I've met sages every bit as cutthroat as hardened gang bosses. They act the part of doddering scribes, but don't let that fool you. Smart for someone your age to be so mistrusting. I'm not with the Oathbreakers, if that's what you're fishing at. I worked for them under duress, but I've no love for them. I'm not about to pledge to the chorus, and the disfavored wouldn't have me. Still, I consider myself a Kairos-fearing vassal of the Overlord's empire all the same. For as long as I've been a sage, I've been trained to defend myself. We don't spend all our time binding books and sketching wildlife, just most of it. For centuries, we've been in a quiet war with the School of Tides and the School of Wild Wrath. You can't travel alone as much as I do and not know the Bronze Dance. Do you think I'm an idiot? Who sent you to kill me? I can be paranoid. That would be as hilarious as that would be. I'm afraid that wouldn't quite work. And your little quill dagger, just for decoration? Well, I mean, sages always need to have a quill handy, so it just sort of blends into the ensemble on a casual glance. And the customary term is bladed remix, but who's keeping track? You're offering to come with me. Why? Because the alternative is what? Living here with these illiterate brutes? My old study is under a river of fire, and there's no family missing me. Besides, I'd much rather chronicle the binder that twice proclaimed an edict of Kairos. I'd be a fool to let someone else write your story. You want to chronicle me? Well, of course, even if the burning library is never rebuilt, our work to chronicle the days and events needn't cease. And you're a noteworthy player in this whole war. I can't think of another living Fatebinder that has been twice given the honor of proclamation. Fine, if you are so eager, come with me. Splendid, you won't be disappointed. I know I may seem old and frail, but I know how to step lightly and how to not to get killed. Can't prove it by me. Really, I won't slow you down. Lead the way and let me know if I can be of service. Are we done here? Let's hightail it to Tripnettle. If your new pet doesn't behave himself along the way, I'm not above clipping his ears. Alright. Oh, how nice. He automatically got fully healed. Good, because we have 8 days. Goodness. Stamps. Oh, I see. Interesting. Ah, good grief. I think it best if I come out this way and then save game again. We now finally have a full party. It only took me this craziness. So what do we have now? We have myself basically being a buffer. Or I should be a buffer. I'm not really acting like very much like one, am I? This lovely lady being a very heavy-duty damage dealer. This Iron Man tank. And finally the healer. Quite a man, the healer. At any rate, save game. New save file. And now we are out for now. I am Chris, the SpaceTime Sorcerer, and this has been Tyranny. There will be no stream on Saturday, but I will put up my next schedule in a few days. And it looks like though a tiny number of people voted in my little YouTube poll, both of them voted to bring back the graphic for the schedule, so I guess I will put it in the graphic. See you next time.